Hey everyone, it's VM Campos Magic Fan. Welcome to another streaming Saturday. And let's do our usual setup here to make sure the stream is all running properly so we can have a fun magic experience. So we've got the Amazing Cam. Amazing Cam seems to work pretty well. Hey there, Mark. I see you in the chat. So full screen cam looks pretty good. Should I lower the camera or should I stand up straight? So then we've got the web browser camera over here. There's the web browser camera in case we need to get into some online shenanigans. Card camera over here. We've got a pack to open up over here at some point. And then we've got the game right over here. So that looks good. All our cameras look pretty good. And we'll get started with some gameplay in just a moment. Let me first do a shout out to some recent subscribers to the channel. Shout out to Daniel Cleveland for a recent subscription to the channel. Much appreciated. Cams look good, sounds sound good, very good. We'll just see how much of a lag there is between you typing and me seeing. One of my control panels didn't open up for the, let's see, docs, view, where's this at? For the chat thing, one of these two, oh, here we go, chat. One of these two chat boxes right here seems to be faster than the other, so we'll see which one I see first. But anyway, shout out to the last person there, and one more shout out, then we'll do some gameplay. Shout out to Vendetta98. So does that mean that they had 97 vendettas before now, and they're on their 98th vendetta? Thanks for the subscription on that. And we're at, I think we're about to get to 1,700 subscribers on YouTube. Here's a little behind the scenes right here. My control panel shows I have 1,696 subscribers at the moment. And if a person is very obsessive, what they can do is they can actually go to this panel over here, see the live count, and you can watch it right there live as it progresses. Oh, and I wasn't really looking at it. So in the last 28 days, there was a bit of a surge of subscribers, and then 1696, and then it dropped down a little bit, 1693, and then it came back up, and it's at 1696. So, if we get to 1,700 in this stream, that'd be pretty cool. But let's get some gameplay done. Let's switch over to the game right over here. Also, let's check who's our magic buddies at the moment. We have Astral Flame, Phantomu, Magus and Mages and Mentors, and Palawa. So, shout out to my magic buddies. And any good deals in the store today? Haven't logged in today. I was waiting until the stream so we can all play a little arena together. Looks like there's some sleeves. There's the Ren and one of the Rens, Ren and 7 sleeve. It's a cool sleeve, but I'd rather save my money for some of the events and such. So that's the deal of the day. That's the Planeswalker that when it debuted in Modern Horizons 1, it shook the world because it was a 2-mana Planeswalker that was actually good. We've had very few. Maybe that was the second only Planeswalker of 2 mana. And the first one was horrible, which was Tybalt. Actually, let's do a little segue over here, because it's magic and random stuff. So we have a way, how do we search? Can we do mana value equals 2 and then type Planeswalker? I believe that's how we can... Okay. Yep, so now show it to me in order of release date and not reprints. Ascending And not is reprint. Show me the original printing. All right, so the very first 2-mana Planeswalker was Tybalt, the Fiend-Blooded, in one of the... This is an Avacyn Restored, and this was such a joke of a Planeswalker. 2 mana, 2 loyalty. +1, draw a card, amazing. But wait a minute, comma, then discard a card at random. So you're going to Hypnotic Spectre yourself, amazing, with a +1. -4. So you're going to have to damage yourself a lot to even be able to do the -4. -4. Tybalt deals damage equal to the number of cards in target player's hand to that player. So I'm targeting my opponent. My opponent has 7 cards in hand. That's going to deal 7 damage to them. Most likely they're going to have 2 cards in hand. So you get to do -4. -4 loyalty to do like 2 damage to your opponent. And you're getting to that plus loyalty by discarding cards at random. -6. Okay, this better be good. -6. Gain control of all creatures until end of turn. Untap them. They gain haste until end of turn. Kind of cool, but to get to that -6, you're going to have to 4 times yourself randomly discard. So it's not even that if I have an empty hand, because you're going to draw a card and discard it right away. Draw a card, then discard a card randomly. So the very first 2-mana Planeswalker was horrible. And that was just a really bad card. Then we got Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, which is the human that then flips into the Planeswalker on the other side, which is actually kind of a good card. Won't really stop to read it. But this is actually a good card, and it's got some value, you know, $10 compared to Tybalt, which is a $1. Nissa. Okay, yeah, that one. That one's an X casting cost. X could be 0, so it counts. It could be 2. This one lets you scry. Great. This one lets you look at the top cards, get a land, etc. for 0, and -6 lands become... 2 of your lands become 5/5. So, not so bad. You can pay extra mana to get higher loyalty. Oh, actually, wait. You have to pay at least 3 mana, or it'll enter as a 0 mana... That's deceptive. It'll enter as a 0 mana Planeswalker if you pay 0. So it'll die right away. So you have to pay at least 3 for this. Then we got Wrenn and 6, which was amazing and expensive. Look at that. $63 for these various versions. 2 mana, 3 loyalty, +1. Return 1 land from your graveyard to your hand. So if you're cracking fetch lands and such, you can get them back. -1. Wrenn and 6 deals 1 damage to any target. Okay, and -7. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard have Retrace. What does Retrace do again? You may cast instants and sorceries from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying. So this one was broken. If you set your deck up properly, this one was amazing. And that was Wrenn and 6. So those were the... Oh, and then Valky. This one's also broken. It's a flip card, so on the one side it's a creature for 2 mana, and then on the other side for 7 mana. It does a lot of good stuff. So Tybalt was redeemed. The Tybalt Cosmic Imposter is 50 times more amazing than original Tybalt. It's very expensive, though. So that was our quick jaunt through Planeswalkers of 2 mana. Because Wrenn and 7 was the latest incarnation of that 2 mana Planeswalker. That was a long way. Oops. That was a long way to get to that point. Okay, let's play. Let's play and try to get today's gold. You lost connection. No problem. I was just about to get started to play. Let's play a little bit here. I haven't played this Ajani deck in a while. Shout out to classic Ajani that wasn't completed and wasn't all Phyrexianized. So let's play our first game here. Try to get today's gold. We'll do a we're gonna do some drafting a little bit later. There's a new set out. Return to Dominaria. Alright, so what are we doing here? Mariah, Scholar of Antiquity. 3 mana to do stuff. No removal until 5. Double white. But a mana rock, and they go first. Okay, let's chance it. Renin 7 is awesome. I haven't had a chance to fully look at what it does, but so far, the opponent messed up. They should have played the turn 0 Tormod's Crypt and then the land. That's what I like to do. They played the land, then the Tormod's Crypt. Not impressed. But anyway, yep, it just came out on Arena, so we'll be able to play some draft. Ooh, there we go. We got green. We have all of our colors. Yeah, let's put out this Leonin Light Scribe so that when I play Cultivate, it does its thing. You have 3 mana for your commander. Let's read that again. Tap and untapped non-token artifact you control, add green. Tap. Okay, so it makes all your artifacts into green mana rocks. Okay, fine. That's just until end of turn. That's fine. I'll take that damage. I can't wait to see the madness. Let's see. Let's see how mad we can get through it all. Alright, so the opponent has a lot of mana. They have a lot of mana, so they're probably trying to summon some huge thing, because all those artifacts now tap for green. Fine. I have my 5 mana, so I'll be able to exile their commander. You can tap your green artifacts to crack your fountain. Oh, actually, I can break the fountain. Nah, let's get rid of the opponent's commander. Alright, then we'll attack. And, guess I'll just start to kind of set up my board a bit, resummoning that. All of those artifacts become mana rocks. It's pretty efficient, but kind of spinning their wheels. You know, they are drawing cards and playing stuff, so they're doing stuff. Pretty good. Okay, so we'll just set ourselves up some more. The only problem, of course, is that kind of a slow opponent. Alright, so they have lots of mana. What are they going to do with it? Make a huge Hydra? Are they going to summon that huge mammoth? What are you doing with so much mana? And Ulamog, okay. I wonder if they had it in their hand or they were waiting to cast it, because they were making lots and lots of mana very quickly. That was actually kind of efficient. If you want to do that kind of a deck, your commander makes all your artifacts into mana rocks. You cast like a 0 mana Tormod's Crypt or a 1 mana whatever, you can get very, very fast mana very quickly. So, pretty good. Hadn't seen people play that card before, so we saw something new. After I do a little bit of this gameplay to get to the gold of the day, then we'll switch over to the draft and the like. So how's your week so far? How's everyone? We just had a hurricane something or other come near my area, which is very rare. It was coming up the coast of Mexico, and it was relatively close. Close enough that it actually caused storms in the area, which we needed. We need rain. So that's what happened with us recently. We got some rain because of a recent hurricane. Alright, so yet another one of these Goshen Tai. I've seen this deck. I've seen that so many times. I've been seeing many of the same things over and over and over. People have really latched onto like 4 or 5 commanders recently. I've seen that a lot. I've seen Joda a lot. And if they know what they're doing, this deck can be pretty good because it's all the colors. They're kind of struggling with mana, so that's good for me. Sorry, not sorry. That deck can be pretty powerful, so I'm not sorry that they missed a land. There we go. Make a spirit, no lands. Okay. So as for me,
I will teach you humility, if I must. With me!
alright, so they missed some land drops. Got a land this turn, great. They do have 5 mana. So I guess what I will do... Got another shrine, okay. So they're definitely trying to do shrine strategy, end of turn, that does something. Fine.
Humility brings perspective. I shall return.
Fine, I'll just put pressure. You're gonna play with shenanigans with gates or with shrines. Let's send my cats after you. Next turn I could bring another Ajani. This one looks more regal to me. What does this one do again? I haven't used it in a while. Reveal creatures, exile some creature. Okay, I should do that one actually. If all goes well. It looks like they're missing another land drop. Either they're being very bad luck, or they are they made their deck too greedy. Okay, so they get to do 4 damage to something. That's 4 damage.
You realize I do not stand alone. Do not harm these people.
Alright, so they're holding on to, I'm gonna get something good. Take the 10 damage. Next turn. I could either cast Kahira to give all my cats +1, or I could cast Ajani to give them all +1 and Vigilance. I think that'll work better. That card doesn't count. Fine. You're exiling that. You know, I wouldn't be mad if the opponent was a little faster. Yeah, never mind. I hate that alchemy card. Alright, so... sick with the flu at the moment. Well, there's worse things to be sick with, so hopefully everyone recovers quickly. Fife Dog. I see people play that one relatively often as well. I got my double striking adorned pouncer. When it comes back as a zombie cat, it can be pretty devastating. 4/4 double strike, and then when I've got Kahira and the lake, it's 5/5 double strike. We got that blight form, which is which turns my land into a pain land. Guess that's not so bad. It draws them a card. The art on that is pretty fun. Generous visitor. It's a spirit. Enchantments give it a +1, so they probably will have then pacifism or something. Or they would if they knew what they were doing. Okay, that scarab, pretty worthless. Three, 5 double strike. Now, of course, if they have that removal for that mutated adorned pouncer like that, then I lose both. But that's okay, because I'll get back the pouncer. Another enchantment that becomes a 3/3. No blocks.
Honor and courage. Light shall always conquer darkness.
Down to 12 life. Rampage. They might even make an easier version of it. I just realized something. Are the chats popping up on the screen or not? Hey there, Gabe, how are you? Yeah, looks like my chats might not be popping up on screen, so we'll check in a moment. Why aren't the chats appearing on screen? Can we go over here? Where is my... Alright, here. Let's see for a moment if we reset that. Let's see if that wakes up the chats. Alright, Coco. So, missed the land drop, but I can play Cultivate, which will give me double land drops. With Trample, yeah, let's do that. First of all, let's pump up this team.
Turn back while you still can.
Oh, that was a mistake. I didn't grab 2 lands. Ugh. I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I needed to grab 2 lands. I could have played 2 land drops, but I got confused for a moment. Shouldn't be a big deal, but should have paid attention. So anyway, Gabe, it was nice seeing you, and Karen as well, and we're trying to plan another get-together, if you see in the chat, sometime between Wednesday and Friday at the Jack in the Box. Alright, opponent, you got 2 life left, 1 card in hand. I think that bounces back something. Oh no, that's the +1 to something. Cultivate, which is just a land drop. That won't do anything. Alright, got a Terry Morphic Expanse. They messed up with their Kaya's ghost form.
Now
It doesn't, it's not exactly intuitive, but they messed up with that ghost form. You're supposed to leave it go into the graveyard, and then it'll automatically come back to the battlefield, but they clicked to put it back in the command zone, so then it couldn't blink back. They really didn't want to lose their creature. It's just a +1/+1, but they didn't want to lose it. Okay. That's 1 win, 2 losses on that deck. How are we doing on the... Alright, we'll play a little bit more on this, then we'll switch to the draft in a moment. Ooh, mono blue Nezahal. Okay, this might be interesting or very annoying. I'm going to err on the side of very annoying because I don't want to make myself sound like an amazing player, but I think too many people play the obvious decks, and so if you're going to play a mono blue deck, there's going to be counterspells galore. So we'll see if they surprise me. And we'll see if we don't get bad luck with all of these high casting cost things. Third mana definitely then is a counter spell. Okay, so if this gets countered, I'm not going to keep playing because the whole deck's going to be counter spells. Because see, it's the strategy of just counter everything until you get your 7/7 out. So obviously that's not game play. If one person has constant counter spells, yes, I did have that one constant counter spell deck that other years ago, but that was for playing standard and climbing the ladder where it's competitive and real. Here in Commander, it's casual. So if you're going to play Jerk Magic for no stakes, you can play by yourself. Okay, and then this is Slivers. I shouldn't even play this deck. I know I'm just going to get annoyed with it. Slivers are a mistake, as I've said before, so I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to try, but I'm going to lose because Slivers are a mistake. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe they'll lose their... Maybe they'll get bad luck. Alright, so how do we want to do this? I guess... Signet, even though I want Pridemate out. Now here I need to remember to tap the mana. Play the cat, then the lotus. I could cultivate to make an even bigger cat. Lantern, they have all their mana now for their sliver, but I have Banishing Light, so we might be okay. Let's just go Shock and Awe. See, that's how I messed up, that I didn't select 2 lands last time. All right, so they're gonna cast their Sliver Queen, first Sliver, whatever, Sliver Mistake, and then they're gonna get some free slivers between 1 and 3. Let's see how many they get. There's another sliver there. Slivers have first strike. Amazing. You got a 7/7 first strike. So this is what I'm saying. Slivers are a mistake, but I have a removal in hand, so you get to cast that again. They have enough mana to cast it again, so they'll be able to cast it again.
But we could be much greater together. We were not destined to fight.
Alright, so then at this point, I'm out of removal. We'll cast that sliver again. Get another free sliver. Oh, that's one of those. Create a token copy. Okay, so they got a frog. It doesn't turn mine into a frog. You get a frog copy. I don't know if that's exactly what they meant to do.
Light shall always conquer darkness.
That's lethal if they don't block, and if they block with their 1/1, they're down to 1 life, but then they have their Sliver Queen to turn things around. See right here, we're in the bad position because okay, there's a double first sliver right there. Okay, so they're gonna get now an 8/8. At least it didn't trigger Cascade, but this is gonna Cascade 3 times. So now that's gonna happen right there. All slivers get +2/+2. They're gonna get another free sliver right here. So that one, just a free sliver, nothing important. Opponent can't decide what they're doing. They're going to... So there's 7 triggers on the stack again because slivers are a mistake. Thank you for your vote of confidence, but we have lost. Because they just need to keep getting free slivers, and they're gonna do that for a while. And as soon as they get the slivers have haste or vigilance or whatever, which of course they're going to have. They can choose from every sliver that they possibly can, so They're also going to have more blockers than me, so they'll just double block with the 2 first slivers and they'll take care of my 10-9 like nothing. So, no, I don't got this. We're going to see here how we were this close, but again, slivers are a mistake. Alright, so then they're going to pick, slivers have vigilance or double strike or something. They have, all slivers have outlast, so slivers will come back, get to do it again for free. Now all slivers have first strike. Okay, double first strike. Get for free off of that. See, this is obviously a deck that they just got off the internet that they don't know how to play, because why are you wasting time here trying to figure out what to do? You just have 4 triggers on the stack. And that deck is just such a face roll. You just play it, and if you don't mess up your mana, you're just going to win. It's an inevitable type of deck. You saw how they were able to cast it, I exiled it, then they were able to cast it again, and then now they're just going off. All of this time here is from the one casting that they did 5 minutes ago. And then they have half their deck to choose all the best slivers, so of course they're going to do it. So now right there, that one's not a sliver, but okay, that was a waste there. So there we go. All slivers have haste, all slivers have first strike, and so that's where we're at. Insurmountable blockers. I can't even get through with my 10-9. Obviously, if I don't pull like a Wrath of God off the top, then we're dead. You know, that's what I was saying. I played this enough times that I'm not trying to be pessimistic and stuff, but that's how that goes. Alright, so they have 2 cards in hand, and they're attacking all to my Planeswalker. I can do 3 blocks. Okay, they're attacking everything to the Planeswalker. They have something in hand, of course, and the possibilities here are that they don't have anything in hand, so I might take out one of their slivers, but they have 1 mana left. Actually, do they have mana weft sliver? Because then that makes all their slivers into mana dorks. Predatory, haste. Okay, they have 1 mana in hand, which is 1 mana of any color. So they probably have the give your creature +3 until end of turn. So do we want to get rid of it? This one's worthless. This one's worthless. This one's giving it outlast, so it'll just come back to life. Oh, no, this +1's... Put a +1 on this sliver for 2 mana, sorcery, and then this one is give it first strike. They already have first strike over here or something, so they have double first strike somehow. So it doesn't really matter if I save a Johnny, but I'll block nonetheless for the principle of it. But they're gonna have a see, their hand is hovering over their mouse is hovering over their hand, so they're reaching over to their card. You can see it in the live chat. I don't see it on my actual screen, but I do see it in the chat. Okay, so here we go. We're gonna go for it. Let's see. What is your combat trick? Okay, no combat trick.
I will return, and with
That's
more
fine.
by my side.
So then 3 slivers down. Still too many blockers. No Wrath of God. So right here, this is a waste to try to keep playing, because they're just gonna keep getting all of these free slivers. So I'm just gonna go all in attack and then concede, because
I will teach you humility.
they're just gonna get all those free slivers. So again,
we were not destined to fight.
It's a deck that just automatically wins. If you can get to your mana, you just win, because every sliver that is available is good. There's no such thing as a bad sliver. So obviously, if you are playing slivers, you get every good sliver. Every sliver's good, and every sliver makes every other sliver good. So it's a waste of time to play that deck. Gauge, Sapphire, Kaga, Shadow, Arch, Druid. I never seen that one. Let's see, what is that one all about? When it attacks, it gains Death Touch, and then you mill. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land or cast a permanent from your graveyard. Okay, interesting. So it's going to be some graveyard shenanigans. Didn't mulligan, so they seem to be pretty confident with their hand. So did it actually, I'm not seeing the text popping up on screen. I know it's popping up in the YouTube chat system, but I'm not seeing it pop up on screen. So why is it not? What if I double click that? Maybe. Hello. Let's see. It's nicer when it pops up on the screen because it feels all integrated. Ooh, and I missed a land drop. Amazing. But as long as people see each other in the chat, that's good. Brakma, very good card. I think that's going to be more problematic than their commander, so let's get rid of it. Cultivate. Okay, they missed the land drop. I guess. If I get my fourth land, I guess. Nope. Another missed land drop. Okay. But we can play. Well, see if that draws the card. That's the wrong one. I was thinking of the other cat that fetches you a land. What? Or a card. That's the one that's bringing you a little fish in the artwork. This is the one that gives you a counter. And the interesting thing is, so it says, each creature you control with a plus counter on it has trample. I missed another land drop. Okay, so now they have activated, this is one of the new cards that's out there in Dominaria. This lets you cast cards with Phyrexian mana once. It's a huge wall of text, but basically it gives you Phyrexian mana. And once. They're trying to fix it. Obviously Phyrexian mana is broken. And so it's kind of limited to once per spell, something like that. Once, let's read it. Oops. Let's try to read it. As an additional cost to cast green permanents, you may pay 2 life. Those spells cost 1 green less to cast if you did this. This effect reduces only the amount of green mana you pay. Whenever you cast a green spell, put a +1. So it gives you Phyrexian mana on 1 green mana pip. Like that. So now that's a 7/7 with trample. There we go, we got a land.
You realize I do not stand alone. Turn back while you still can.
It's a fun little army of cats. Onto his monument, pretty good. See, it's okay. So then they used Phyrexian mana to cast. They're down to 10 life. They didn't quite pay attention to that, perhaps. Oh, and then they gained back a life with monument. They have an 8/8. Oh, they didn't take the bait. Okay, King of the Pride. Let's getting out that king. Cats get +2 and another +1, and then just go for it.
Light shall always
You figure out those blocks.
darkness.
It's fitting that Ajani is up against a Phyrexian deck. That's right. Well, it's just one card that is, and then they're like, never mind. It's one card that is giving a Phyrexian advantage, but that's true. It's just like the story, and better than the story, Ajani triumphed against the Phyrexian. So yeah, I had too much advantage because that's a 6/5 double strike trample. All my creatures have trample, actually. 6/4 trample. Yep. That came together pretty well. And we got the rewards. Okay. I'm going to do a little pause here, get my drink. Then you can decide, tell me in the chat, everyone. Should we do the cracker pack, then the... well, actually, a couple things. For the win. And then... all right, so do we want to do, after the break, crack a pack and then the draft, or draft and then the crack a pack? So put it in the chat, what everyone would like to do, and then we'll do that right after a quick break. Right, we're back, and I see there we got the voting of Crack a Pack, then the draft. Okay, sounds good. Let's do that then. I'll switch over to the card cam, and then we will open up a pack right here. So, right here, let's open up. You can kind of see in the corner of your eye over here some boxes of Ice Age, 4th edition, 5th edition, Mirage, and Tempest. They're empty boxes. But anyway, what we're opening is a pack from one of the recent sets. It's not the set that just debuted, but it's a recent set. It is one of these reprint sets, Double Masters. This is Double Masters 2022. And it's full of a lot of cards throughout the history of Magic that can be pretty valuable. So let's actually do a quick price breakdown to see what cards to be on the lookout for, and then we'll open them. So we can go over to MtG Dawn Glare Visualizer. I'll just go with the regular ones. Okay, so just to be on the lookout, we're looking for Imperial Seal, first time reprinted in 20 years. Renin 6, speaking of Renin 6, Cavern of Souls, Dockside Extortionist, first printing in a couple years. Mana Vault, Mana Drain, that's been printed recently, but it's still big bucks. Force of Negation, we got Kozilek, Butcher of Truth, Phyrexian Altar, Ulamog, the Infinite Gyre, we're looking for that one. Allosaurus Shepherd, Food Chain, Sensei's Divining Top, that's a powerful one. Smothering Tithe, first reprint in like 3 years. Bitter Blossom, Consecrated Sphinx, etc. Teferi's Protection, Darn Nation. So those are some cards to be on the lookout for. A lot of big bucks. Oh, I want that Liliana, actually. I'm trying to put together that Liliana deck. I don't know if Gabe, you've seen my... Was that the deck I played last time? No, that was that mono blue deck I played. But anyway, those are some cards to be on the lookout for. Let's see if we get lucky. Well, Mark, you're married. You get lucky all the time. So let's open up the... you too, Gabe, right? Or you have a partner. So let's see over here if I can get some cool cards. Let's see, which is the side? You look at it this way or this way? Yes, this way. Yeah, this way. Okay, so we've got the Elvish Rejuvenator 3 mana Druid. When it enters, you look at some cards off the top if you have lands. Don't ask, don't tell. Then we've got Rift Bolt 3 mana. Sorcery Rift Bolt deals 3 damage to any target or suspend it for 1. Okay, so you can tuck it away for 1 red mana, and then 1 turn later, you get a Lightning Bolt. Then we've got... Experiment 1, single green mana, Human Ooze. If you say, I saw you play the Liana deck on Arena, it was kick, yes. But also, I have a version of it in real life. It's not as powerful as the one on Arena, I think, but I have a version in real life. So this evolves, it's a 1/1, remove 2 counters from this to regenerate. And it can evolve. Militia Bugler, 3 mana, 2/3, with Vigilance. If it attacks with multiple creatures, you can look at top cards of your library. Severed Strands, 2 mana, sorcery, sacrifice your creature, and gain life, plus destroy another creature. So cool art on that, but you need your own creatures as fodder first. Aven Initiate, 4 mana, Bird Warrior, 3/2 flying, and then Embalm for 7. So it's a 3/2 for 4 mana with flyer, and when it dies, you can bring it back from the graveyard. This was from Amonkhet Block. For 7 mana, you bring it back as a zombie bird. Brindle Shoat, 2 mana boar. It's a 1/1. When this dies, create a 3/3. So that's really interesting. You pay 2 mana for a 1, and then when that dies, keep it as a blocker, then you get a 3/3 out of it. Or you do the sacrifice trick over here with this to sacrifice that to get value out of that, and then you get a 3/3. Those colors would match. Glowspore Shaman, I remember this one being very popular in its day in Standard. 2 mana 3/1 when it enters, mill 3, and then you may put a land from your graveyard onto your library. So this was doing some cool mill strategies, and I really liked the art on that. The character looks cool with all that glowing and stuff, and from death she grows living grandeur. Definitely remember seeing a lot of people play that. We have a uncommon dual land, enters tapped, and when it hits the battlefield, return a land you control. So obviously you tap that land to get its mana, then you play this so you don't lose the mana. But then this rewards you with double mana out of 1 land. So I don't play Azorius too much, but dual lands are always nice. Then we've got, Muldrifter. With the alternate art of the set. Let's get a little close-up on that. Brand new Muldrifter art. So there's the classic Muldrifter, and here's the brand new art. 5 mana, 2/2, flying. When it enters, draw 2 cards. Or evoke. Pay 3 mana so that it comes onto the battlefield for a moment to draw you those 2 cards, and then it goes to the graveyard. So 5 mana to keep it, plus 2 cards, or 3 mana for 2 cards. And if you have dies, triggers, shenanigans, or graveyard shenanigans, that evoke does stuff. Conclave Mentor, 2 mana, 2/2. If 1 or more +1s would be put on any of your creatures, put an extra 1, and when this dies, you gain life equal to its power. So it's proliferate-ish. As long as you've got this on the battlefield, your +1s keep getting more +1s. Then we're over at one of the rares, Venser, Shaper Savant. So a reprint of one of the Vensers. 4 mana, 2/2, Human Wizard, Flash. And when this enters, return target spell or permanent to its owner's hand. So you got a bounce effect to a spell or permanent. Now, this is very powerful. This is also very uncommon. Nowadays, we don't have as many cards that say spell, but here's the thing. A spell is what exists on the stack. So if someone is about to lightning bolt you, you can cast Venser at flash speed and bounce that spell back to their hand, so they don't actually play it. They spent the mana, but they didn't play it. So it's not a counter spell. It bounces back a spell as the person is trying to cast it. Now, a creature is also a spell. Everything's a spell, except for a land. So you're trying to cast a creature, Venser jumps into the fray and says, nope, go back to the hand. Doesn't counter it, but they use their mana, it goes back to the hand. Or it then says if it's a permanent. So if it's already on the battlefield, Venser jumps in, bounce it back to the hand. So these spells, these permanents are interactive in that way when they're on the stack. And instants and sorceries are, because they're not permanents, are spells and they're interactive that way. So very interesting. This is how you can also deal with spells that say this spell cannot be countered. So like what's that one big fish I have in my Jace deck? Nezahal. Nezahal says, Nezahal cannot be countered. Okay, no problem. Venser jumps in and still bounces it back to the hand. It's not countering it, so it deals with Nezahal. Their mana got used up and it bounces back to the hand. So, pretty powerful. His marvels of artifice pale in comparison to the developing machinery of his mind. And we got another rare. So I forgot to say also, Double Masters, the big innovation here, besides the price, is that they have 2 rares or mythics per pack. Bloom Tender, 2 mana Elf Druid 1/1. Tap it. For each color among permanents you control, add 1 mana of that color. For each color among permanents, add 1 mana of that color. Okay, so if I have on the battlefield already Conclave Mentor, it's a permanent. It has 2 colors, green and white. I tap the Bloom Tender and it gives me 2 mana of that color. If I'm playing a mono-color deck, mono blue, mono green, it would only give me 1. So if you're playing triple colors, tap this to give you 3 mana. Beauty is a seed waiting to blossom under her capable hands. Next. Ooh, I got a foil Hyena Umbra. That's nice. The foil on that, the light catches it really nice. White mana enchantment. Enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +1, and first strike it has totem armor. So if enchanted creature would be destroyed, instead remove all damage and destroy this aura. So you get a sort of indestructible for 1 turn as long as or 1 time, as long as this aura is on it. So at the moment he gets the +1 and first strike, and then if the creature's about to get murdered, you remove the aura and the creature lives. And the foil is really nice on that. Another foil. Ooh, Path to Exile. So another white mana. The foiling on this one isn't as impressive as the other one, but it's nice because you have the Dark Cave and then the outside light. Venser seems like useful to have, almost see it as an instant. Exactly, because it has flash, it has instant, but it's a permanent and it can interact with your opponent's thing, so it could be pretty powerful, pretty disruptive. So exile target creature. Its controller may search the library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and shuffle. So they have a big old scary creature like in Ulamog. No problem, I pay 1 white mana and I exile it. Ulamog is indestructible, but this says exile. So you would exile the creature, and then the opponent goes to get a land, like, a plot of land for it. Her resentment vanished as strange unknown lands opened up before her. And last card here, Cryptic Spires. Okay, this is a brand new, never before seen thing in the world of Magic, I believe. There's so many new sets coming out fast and furious with so many effects and such, it's hard to keep track, but I believe this is brand new, never before seen ever. This is a land. It looks very different, doesn't it? As you create your deck, circle 2 of the colors below. Cryptic Spires enters the battlefield tapped. Tap. Add 1 mana of either of the circled colors. This is for draft, technically, because when you draft out of this set, you eventually create your deck. And so you have the moment to, as you create your deck, circle 2 colors. So for the rest of the game, I guess it doesn't say it, but technically for the rest of the game... Oh, that's actually interesting. I wonder if there's extra text, extra ruling on this. Because if I've circled this black and white, is it black and white forever and ever and ever and ever and ever? I don't think so. But they would have run out of space to put all of the possible rules. But as you create your deck, most likely as you're drafting, circle 2. Or I guess you don't have to literally damage your cards by circling them. You could make a note somehow, somewhere to make it easy for your opponent to track. And then you got a dual land. Now obviously it comes in tapped, but dual lands are cool. And so this is brand new ever. I believe they have had, possibly in the conspiracy set. Well, sure, yes, I agree on that. But most people are going to play with sleeves. So you can circle it on the sleeve, right? Because the front part of the sleeve is clear, and circle the sleeve. But then also you can use non-destructive stickers to put a sticker on what you want. Or you can also write it on a piece of paper and have it on the battlefield and that sort of thing. So I don't know. Well, we can look it up actually, because I'm curious. I don't know if there are if that's the first time ever that they did that part of that mechanic. The other parts of it are definitely brand new and unique, but as you create your deck. So the text of create your deck. Okay, yeah, that's the only card that has ever existed in the world of Magic in 30 years that has ever said, as you create your deck. Because over on Conspiracy, the Conspiracy set, that one had words such as you draft, as you pick a card, as you start a draft, words like that. So that's been done. But I think it's never had, Magic has never had the words, as you create your deck. So that's one unique thing. The other unique thing is that it's instructing you to write on your card. There's never been cards that say write on your card, so that's new. Also, the design of it looks different than any other land that has ever existed. That sort of full art style with transparency and so forth. So that's also something unique about it. And there's no official rulings here, but let's go over to the official. Are there official rulings on the site over here? No. Which is, I'm thinking, again, if you mark these two, does it stay those colors for the rest of your life? Because when you created your deck, that changes. If you're playing this casually and so forth, at one point you created the deck, and even if you're adding this to a brand new deck, you are creating a brand new deck. So at the moment that you're adding it to the deck, you're creating the deck, and therefore you can set your colors. Now, obviously, for tournament play and such, you have to be a stickler for the rules, but kitchen table Magic, I show up at gameplay night with friends, not with tournament settings, but I'm like, okay, everyone, yeah, this card is black and green. That's it. I'm not gonna. It's casual and such, so there's that. I'm finding myself being more of an angry old man, yells at clouds type of Magic player. I'm not loving the various super brand new cutting edge directions that Magic is going into, and obviously people play how they want to play. I'm not gatekeeping anyone. But for me, I've just been seeing too many things recently in the world of Magic that I would be saying that I'm not quite loving the direction things are going. And this is like, it's not a big deal. It's a game piece, whatever. But sort of these sorts of, this isn't Magic. But everyone at Wizards of the Coast will argue to the death about everything is Magic, because if you claim to latch on to something, there's always precedent beforehand of course that was done before, so we can do it again. And there's also precedent of them always going to say Magic is an evolving game. We cannot let it stagnate and always be the same thing forever. Magic's been around 30 years because it's been evolving. This is just another evolution. Now, Magic does listen when 90% of the fans get angry about something, but if only 50%, 49% are mad at something, I don't think they listen to that. I don't know. I don't know how their internal system works. But you all just saw right there a brand new card that has never existed in the world of Magic. A dual land that is very interesting. Okay, let's do one more thing, then we'll do the draft. One more thing. I want to show off something interesting. Back on the card cam. Hey there, Stevie. Right in time. I'm going to do a draft in a moment, but first I'm going to show a comic book here. Let me just fix my colors here for a moment. Okay, let me show off something here. So here's a Spider-Man comic. Spider-Man Annual number 25. So they had a tradition for a long time that every year they would publish one special issue, an annual issue, disconnected from the main storylines and just kind of with some fun plots and stuff. Actually, just a moment here. So it's often some short stories. And so we've got Spider-Man, Black Panther, Iron Man in some stories here. And a very cool Eric Larson cover. Mary Jane Watson in the corner here. This is a cool cover. I like it. It's dynamic and action and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, 30-year-old comic. And I want to jump over here. So it's got 3 stories. The Origin of Spider-Man, Outlaw Justice, Venom, and Chance. So, got some stories. I can't fit it all on one screen. Don't worry. Maybe that'll fit a little better here. So, here's what I want to show. So, there's this story over here, page 34. There's page 34. Okay, here we go. So, page 34, we have... So annuals often have a lot of little short stories, kind of like an anthology. Yeah, I got it off of eBay. It was like $3. So we have here Stan Lee presents The Outlaws, Outlaw Justice, Part 1. So we have Silver Sable. I forget what her full name is, like Silver Sablimova or something. And she's a cool mercenary, gun for hire. She's like rich and she has a mercenary team. She's not a bad guy. She's not a good guy, but she goes out for the highest bidder, but mostly is good. So we've got, you have a lot of amazing spectaculars, Maximum Carnage. Ooh, those are good. Yeah, the Maximum Carnage storyline was happening close to this timeline. Well, maybe 2 years later. Good storyline. So here we have Silver Sable kicking some ninja. The poses, very acrobatic. And so various creative team on the bottom. Okay, so it's like 8-page story or something, and she's over here and she's like battling ninjas and she catches the blade right there, no problem, and then kicks that guy. Yeah, here comes one over here and she's like, I'm busy, and then blam. So she's not above just blasting a ninja like that. So there's a lot of action going on, and then that was actually just a training round. It wasn't like real. So this is female superhero as a mercenary like Deadpool. Yes, but not as comedic. She's much more by the book, and she's also rich. And she doesn't have regenerative powers. She's just a regular person that is very acrobatic and skilled at hand-to-hand and weapons and all of that good stuff. Deadpool regenerates, so he can cheat. So anyway, she's over there, she's training, and okay, here's my latest assignment or whatever, and then she's going to form a brand new team. There's Rocket Racer. Yep, he's a skateboarder superhero kind of guy, Rocket Racer. And so Silver is going to form a brand new mercenary team. So basically she's going to put together a new team and she's going to get Rocket Racer. And so this is definitely like, actually, when did Rocket Racer come out? But anyway, he's a skateboarder, and his superpowers are he's got a rocket-powered skateboard. And, okay, he does the job. He beats up the bad guys. So then Silver's over here. She's like, hey, do you want to be part of my team? I have need of your talents, Mr. Farrell. Sorry, I have an exam to take. Does your exam pay 4 figures? I just remembered. So she's rich and she's hiring a bunch of people. She's going over to hire another person. So she's going over to see, hey, may I talk with the Prowler? So here's another hero over here. The Prowler. No, he's not Batman, but he does prowl the night and so forth. So here he is setting some kids straight. And then she goes to him and like, oh, hey, do you want to work for me? I'll pay you and such. So she's putting together this brand new team, and here she is out of costume. And all right, so then the next person is Will-O-the-Wisp. I don't know his full story, but this is some guy full of energy and stuff. And so she's hiring all of these people. He's like the final piece of the puzzle or whatever. So yeah, okay, everyone, I'm getting you all together. And then at the very end, we're going to have to go through the Sandman first, to be continued in Spectacular Spider-Man Annual number 11. So the way that they would get you is, okay, I got the Amazing Spider-Man Annual. I also need to get the Peter Parker Annual and the Web of Spider-Man Annual for the whole plot, the whole story. So they had the first part on this one, and then you had to go get the other ones. The whole issue is like this, that, okay, part 1 is here, but go get part 2 in the other book, So that was par for the course. So anyway, that was the first story right there. Silver Sable recruiting a bunch of people to form a little team. Okay, cool. So here's what I want to show. This here is the original art of that story that we just saw right here. This comic was printed in 1991. Thousands of them were printed. This is the original, one-of-a-kind art of those stories that I just showed you there. Now, in the world of comics, there are a few levels of original art. This is actually not the original art, but yes, it is. The original art is drawn on sheets of paper that are like 11 by 17 inch, and then shrunk down for the colorist. The original art is in black and white, and then obviously black and white needs to be colorized. So the original art is copied and shrunk down to 8.5 size, and then colored. And then this is what's used to then print the comics. Now they know what the colors are. So the most original art, which is worth the most, is the black and white art. Then the second level is the color guide. This is known as a color guide. This is also original art, which has the original colorization. And what's so amazing about this is handmade, hand-drawn, hand-marked, I mean. Like, here are the color formulas. So this particular blue is just normal blue. This shadow over here is blue level 4 with red level 4. Silver Sable over here, her shadow cheek color is yellow 2, red 3. Her light skin color is yellow 2, red 2, and so forth. The shadows of her outfit are blue 2, this darker shadow is blue 4, etc. So this was all back in 1994 or 1991. This was original at the Marvel offices, and the colorist, which is another interesting thing here, originally Bob Sharon was hired to do the colorings, and he got fired or something. I don't know, I'm speculating. And then actually Ed Lazzarelli took over the job. So this is just behind the scenes stuff that you would never see ever. And for me as a comic fan, this is amazing. And actually, wait a minute. If we go back to the final printed, I think there's even one more difference there. Huh. Okay, yeah. So colors are Ed Lazzarelli. This went through 3 colorists. Look at that. Originally, it said Bob Sharon was going to be the colorist. Then, if you look carefully down here, below the name, it says Alan Cooperberg colorist, and that's crossed out, and then it said Ed Lazzarelli. And eventually, Ed Lazzarelli became the officially credited and paid colorist. Alan Cooperberg is the artist, marked here as the artist, Alan Cooperberg, and was also going to color it, but then Lazzarelli took over or something. I don't know what happened behind the scenes. No inker is noted here. Oh, that's interesting too. This says Cooperberg was penciler. Someone else was going to ink it, but then in the end, Cooperberg penciled it and inked it. Parker lettered it. Lazzarelli colored it, not Sharon. So again, as a comic fan, this is amazing. I'm seeing behind the scenes. And then they also marked over here too, color by Lazzarelli. So this was at the Marvel Studios offices. This was the official guide that was used to print hundreds of thousands of these copies. There's only one copy of this in the world. I have it. And I see here, this was all original. I also bought page 34, the next part of the sequence where she catches the blade. It's incredible, overly excited. Yeah, it's there are other pages out there in the world. These are from eBay, of course. So I was just kind of browsing eBay to see these things, and there's so many out there. Obviously, if it's the very, very famous issues and books and stuff, they're going to be hundreds of dollars. These were probably like $10 each. But if you're getting like a Spider-Man book, it's like going to be $200 or more, depending on the issues and a variety of things. But there's a variety of prices. So anyway, looking closely here, and then here's where she shoots the ninja. Ooh, look at that. It used to be, make that yellow 4 and red something. Let's see, can I see what that used to be? Maybe red 2. And they said, no, we need it to be brighter. Make it red 1. Something else was written here and crossed out. What did that used to say? Oh yeah, that still says color by Cooperberg. So that got crossed out there. And got one more page. So I got page 34, 36, and 43. So it's not the complete story, but this is the main one that I wanted just because she's the full figure here. Can't fit it all on the camera, but full figure, nice drawing, got the characters, great colors on the characters. Will-o'-the-Wisp appears, hand colored, all of the shadows and everything is hand colorized, and then that's taken to the printers for the official comic. And it's just so cool. But what I didn't realize, as I started to look at it carefully, it reveals even more interesting things. Look at this right here. The moon has this color here, and I don't know if I'll be able to catch it on the camera, but this is a piece of tape. They changed what she was holding. Can you see that if I get a little closer? She was holding something else. They redrew something else, put it on top, taped it over. And in the end, this is her special weapon. Probably they didn't want to have her holding a real-life thing so that the kids would hurt themselves. And so they redrew the hand, and that's the official new art. And then the colorization, I wonder why the moon isn't that color, is it? Let's jump again over here. Page 34. So again, the finished result is right here. So in the finished result, it's obviously all smoothed out properly. The moon is yellowish. And here they redrew that. Now here's even more fascinating. If you look at her outfit, they redrew her outfit. I'm guessing that her outfit was a little bit more skimpy. And they redrew, you can see the edges right here, going under the chin, shoulder, arm, upper body. This part right here was redrawn and pasted on top. Can you see the edge right there? And there's even a little fold there where they put it down, and then there's like leftover tape right there too. So I think probably these parts over here were skin colored in the original, and they thought, oh, that's too risque. We can't have the kids see that much skin in a G-rated Marvel comic, even though she shoots a ninja point blank. So they redrew the top part here and just made it all silver colored. But probably bare skin here, bare skin here, bare skin here, and that was her outfit. But then they kind of made it a little bit more conservative. And I noticed that here, and that also shows up on every other instance on these pages that I have. Over here, see over here. Over here, you can see that as well, that they taped over. See right there, you can see a little bit where they didn't finish the paste over. You can see a little bit of her stomach color right there. So yeah, most likely she was showing more skin. Probably just that cross part right there was clothed, and then she had bare stomach, shoulders, like that. So then they pasted that part to cover her up a little bit. You can see it here too. See, obviously you wouldn't have seen this if I didn't point it out. And when it was printed, when this was printed for real in the real world, right there, we never realized it at all. When this was printed, this is what we saw. Right? That's that page that I just showed you right there. There it is. End result. We never saw that originally. The artist got a little cheeky and showed off a little bit more skin. So right here, you can also see it here when that focuses. See right here, that got pasted over upper body to make the costume a little bit more conservative. And then one more thing over here. So this outfit, I don't think anything was too risque about it. On the final page, they had a plunging neckline. I don't think anything's been changed. That's the original. Now, obviously this artist is 1,000 times better than me. I don't know why they had such a dark shadow area over here. Oh, actually, I do remember. There is a pasting right here. On the edge right here. They redrew something right here. There's a pasting right here. See that? How it's slightly different color? They did something right here, but there isn't one on the left. So I don't know what they did here. Did they make her a little bit more curvy over here, maybe? But it only goes from here to here. Like, what did they do here? There's nothing on this side. Usually it would be symmetric. If she's showing skin here, there would have been skin here. But they pasted up something here. Right there. You can see the color's a little different. Anyway, I was saying it's a great design and the artist is amazing. I don't know why there's such a dark shadow over here. Yes, there is that feminine shadow area there, but I think it's just such a harsh shadow. Why didn't they just put dark shadow like they did over here? And I don't think this is anything extra. But anyway, there's a little change there. And there's one more thing here. This guy's head is completely different. There's a whole paste up right here. A guy with glasses and that hair. I think that's Uncle Morty. She says one of the benefactors or something. This used to be maybe another character or something, and they completely redrew the face, pasted an extra face. There's tape right here, and they did that also right here on the tiny little, hey, Will-o'-the-Wisp is coming. They redrew that little head right there and pasted it there too. So I don't know. There's like no way to find out what happened here unless you talk to the original creators. And they go to various Comic-Cons. So you can track down David Michelinie, Alan Cooperberg, Rick Parker, Ed Lazzarelli. Probably Cooperberg would be the best person to ask. Or maybe, I don't know who would be the best person. Fingeroth, the editor. Or DeFalco. I think all of these guys are still alive. But that's just some amazing behind-the-scenes stuff that when I saw these things on eBay, I saw this one. I thought, oh, that's interesting. Let me buy that. It's not expensive at all. It's like $10. It's got a cool shot of Silver Sable. It's hand-colored. It's a little piece of comic book history. And then the person was selling the 2 other pages here, which was also the first page, which is the big action shot here. And then another fun shot over here where she's defeating the ninjas, no problem. And then I started to see all of these little behind-the-scenes things after I actually got it, and I thought, this is so cool. Little piece of comic book history. The original art, the original colors. These were the original items that brought this comic to life 30 years ago. So I just wanted to share that before we get back to the Magic gameplay, but that's it's a little bit of comic stuff right there. A lot of bear skin on the bear skin rug. So, a little digression there in the world of comics. Fun little collectibles in real life, and it's cool to see the printed comic, there were hundreds of thousands of copies of in the real world. And then those sheets right there are the only ones that ever existed in the production of that comic. So holding a little piece of comic history. Okay, let's do some draft. We've got limited. Okay, so we've got, I have some tokens. I have 7 tokens to play with, but I don't believe they are all usable in every mode. Yeah, here I would need 2,000 gems, which I don't have. That is the sealed, so I can't quite play that one. Then we've got Premier Draft. That one does take a token. This is best of 1, I believe. Select 1 card. This will be added. Build a 40, play and receive. Time Draft. Okay, we got a little quick look at archetypes. But I believe this is best of one. And then we've also got... Oh yeah, there we go. Traditional seal, that's best of 3. That one doesn't take my tokens. Don't have 2,000 gems at the moment. And... okay, that was sealed. And then draft. Okay, draft best of 3. Draft best of 3 does have a token. Okay. Play 3 and then best of 3. So you can play up to 3 and they're going to be best of 3. Yeah, I'm going to do that one. I'm going to do this one of best of 3 draft. Let me just make some quick notes here. I haven't been poring over all of the texts and strategies of gameplay, but they give you a little bit of a primer here. So just some quick notes here. If we go white and blue, this one is a focus on tokens, instant, sorcery, and flying, of course. Then we've got blue-black, long-term advantage with card draw and creature removal, then go after your opponent directly in the late game. Okay, so I don't know, what are you trying to say there? Control, removal, card draw. We go with black and red. Throw caution to the wind and assault their opponent, I guess. Haste and stuff. Clearing a path. With creature removal. Spells. Stompy. Haste. Creatures. I've got red, green. Okay. Domain Stompy. Large creatures and domain. Then we've got green and white. That's another domain. Okay, I guess make a note here that domain strategy is also on the lookout on those. Not every colors have a focus on domain. I'll explain domain in a moment if you don't know. But anyway, green, white domain, tokens. Okay, so there's a version with domain and a version without domain. Okay. We've got a white-black sacrifice strategy plus graveyard. And I don't think I'll be referring to and really memorizing it as I play, but so we got red, blue. This is spells aggro, black and green, domain mid-range, tokens aggro. You can also do tokens, but aggro focused in white, red, and with blue, green, kicker, ramp. Okay, just some kind of ideas there. I won't be completely beholden and looking at it over and over as I do the draft, but that'll be things to think about as we play. So let's put in our token. See if the table fills up, and then we'll play the brand new set. Return to Dominaria. Gabe, were you there when Steve and I were back in the day getting back into Magic 2017, 18, and we were playing the first return to Dominaria? Or did you get in a little bit later? Because I know that I'm trying to remember when we all started to play, but I remember um, late 2017, started to play with Stevie and the rest, and then you came in at some point. So tell me your Magic history, Gabe. Tell us your Magic history. Alright, so what are we looking at? Ooh, the Raven Man. So that's a big story plot. Make them discard to make some birds. Defender, citizens arrest removal. Reach plus domain. Big ol' worm. Well, there's removal. Removal is always good. And in white, that spills over into different strategies. White, red, for example. Okay, let's grab this removal. But it's double white. And then we'll see what else we get past. We can do the tokens, possibly. Here's our mana fixing creature with death touch, so it's a good blocker. Plus creature. There's another one of these that's a common. Okay, since these are common, they probably will come back, but we might do white green, white red. There's another arrest. So I'm going to kind of go through red, white, green for a moment and then narrow things down. Crystal Grotto, Scry plus mana fixing. Actually, I like that. But that's a common, so I'll probably get a few of those. Oops, I'm the traffic jam over here. Ooh, the love song of night and day. That's a callback to old school Magic. You and target opponent each draw 2 cards, create a bird, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 of your own creatures. And that has the read ahead mechanic. There's another citizen's arrest that got passed. So it looks like maybe people aren't getting a lot of white. So maybe move into white, definitely, with other colors. Let's grab this Saga because it does multiple things. Samite Herbalist. There's definitely, if I can't quite check on the chat, I'll check in the chat in a moment. I'm just trying to strategize at this point. But here's a flyer plus life gain. So I'm seeing a good variety of white cards. Okay, we'll grab this multicolored land. What's that land? Maybe it was the Crystal Grotto, I hope. But anyway, it lets you When it enters, you scry, and then it taps for colorless, but then you pay 1 and a tap to make any color. So if I am playing multiple colors, it looks like people are taking a lot of the red cards. So maybe... So we'll see what people are passing. Oh, people didn't take this Death Touch creature, so I will. I'll give it a good home. They didn't take the Keldon Strike Team, 3-1, and with Kicker. Alright, so far I'm seeing, I guess I'm seeing an okay amount of white cards being passed around. So maybe we'll see there's another good white card. So maybe those are the big ones to look out for. So looking back on people's messages here. Oops, one moment. Join forces. Alright, pack 2. Keldon Flame Sage, 3 mana, enlist. When it attacks, look at top X, where X is their power. Exile instant or sorcery. Mana value of X or less. Put the rest of the data, you may cast the exile card. So you get a free card if it's an instance or sorcery, but I'm not really focused on instances or sorceries. So that might not be amazing. Saga, search your library for a land, put it in, create some sapperlings, domain, target gets plus X and trample, where X is, so probably +2/+2 and trample until end of turn, plus it got you the land for mana fixing. Heroic charge. All your creatures get +2. If you kick it into red, they get trample. Broken Wings is a sideboard card. Yeah, we'll grab that. Saga. Electrostatic Infantry, 2 mana, 1/2, trample whenever you cast an instant. Yeah, so if I'm doing an instant focused deck, that might do stuff, but not quite building for it. 3/2, 2 mana, elf with trample. If it was kick, it gets +1 in haste. So even for 2 mana, it's a 3/2 with trample. That is... Green creatures have gotten so over the top. And if you pay 1 extra red, it becomes a 4/3 with haste. Wow. Green creatures are over the top. Rulikmon's War in Chief, Menace 3/2, bunch of stuff. Might be good. Uncommon, got a flyer. Well, that's pretty good too. That's in white, got another mana fixing. Lots of good stuff there. We'll see what gets passed back. +4 with reach. All your creatures get +1. Skip this reach creature. It's the newest generation of the Mons tribe. So what's the theme of the set? That's kind of hard to explain, and also I haven't been like looking at every new thing about the set just recently to tell you. It's not like ninjas as easy to say, like ninjas. It's not Dungeons and Dragons as easy to say as some of these sets. It's crime, like Capenna. It's not like an easy thing to say. What's this about? It's about like 4 different things at once. And it's kind of going back to the classic warriors and wizards and soldiers and such. So that's kind of the general theme rather than some other big that's kind of the big idea there. A little bit of everything and going back to the classics of magic. We have a Yavimaya Iconoclast and a Yavimaya Steel Crusher. Let's grab that for the sideboard there. And then reading back. Okay, third pack. You know, I don't think I've gotten a lot of removal, so need to be on the lookout for that in white, green, or red. Oh, there we go. There's some removal there. I guess we're going to try to possibly do a 3-color deck. I'm getting red, white, and green so far. Oh, there we go. That's some good removal. Exile effect. Oh, Dragon Whelp is back. Worded for the new generation. So I wonder why, depending on the type of game you play, it shows you your opponents or not. I don't know what their consistency is about that. You knew about Magic back in the 90s, played a little around 2009, then started getting really into it a few years back when we all did, so it was up about that time. Yeah, the brand new, I didn't grab it, but Dragon Whelp has been, I don't know how many times in other times throughout the years it's been printed, but we got a brand new Dragon Whelp. A new printing of it. All right, there's the deck. Let's try to put this together. I've got it in 3 colors. We might try to do 3 colors or break it down to 2 colors. I have 27 creatures, 8 non-creatures. I can possibly keep all of the non-creatures, whittle down the creatures, and see how that goes. I've got 18 white, 9 red, 10 green. Very even there, so definitely lean on white. Then we'll figure out if we want to keep red and green or not. But let me do an overview of the deck. Actually, let me put a cool art. Okay, Flowstone Infusion. The main thing I got it for this is -2 to a creature. Little removal. Viashino Branch Rider, 1/1 with haste. And then later I can pay 3 to +2 it. So so there's some haste there. 1/1 with haste. If you kick it, however, 4 mana, it is a 3/3 with haste. So that's a creature. Llanowar Stalker, it's a 1/1. When another creature enters, this gets +1 until end of turn. I'll probably cut that. It's a 1/1 on turn 1 that gets stronger when you summon more, but even if you summon 2, it becomes a 3/1, very fragile, and not even with trample, so I don't think that's that great. Tail Swipe, okay, there's some removal there. Keep that for the moment. Benelish Faithbonder, 2 mana, 1/3 vigilance, Enlist. So it's a big old blocker for 2 mana. Enlist, here's the thing that people are saying, it's vaguely banding. Now let's not get excited. Enlist is, as this creature attacks, you may tap a non-attacking creature you control without summoning sickness. When you do, add its power to this creature. So it's combining like banding, but only with one other creature, and only if it doesn't have summoning sickness, and only if it's not attacking. So you can't do this with a vigilance creature. So basically you're taking the power of another creature and adding it to this creature. So if you've got a 5/5, you can add that to this. Well, why not attack with my 5/5? Well, sometimes these enlist creatures have a little bit extra, like vigilance. So you can attack, give your creature the +5 with vigilance. So enlist, not really banding, but some people online were saying it's kind of like banding, where you combine things. Nothing about it in the block. This is only attacking. And if this had trample, I think that would be much better. This has got vigilance, so it would get a little stronger, but still then. So that might be a cut in a moment. The Benelish characters, exactly. Bringing back old banding. Juniper Order, 2 mana, 2/2. When this enters, if it was kicked, put a +1 on any creature. 2 mana 2/2 or 3 mana 3/3, or pass that counter onto something like a flyer. So maybe Samite Herbalist, 2 mana 2/1. When it becomes tapped, like when it attacks, or if you use it as enlist. So if you use enlist, you attack with this, you enlist this, you add the 2 to the Faith Bonder, it's a 3/3 vigilance. And because it became tapped, you'd gain the 1 life and do the Scry 1. So got a combo there. Sprouting Goblin, this art looks amazing. 2 mana 2/2, kick it for 1 more green. When this enters, if you kicked it, search your library for a land, reveal it, put into your hand. Okay, so it gets you more land, it also thins your deck, and then red and tap, sack a land, draw a card. Alright, so get rid of those extra lands you might have. Cool. Yavimaya Iconoclast, 2 mana 3/2, kicker, so just by itself it's a 3/2 trample for 2 mana. If you pay the 1 extra red, it comes in as a 4/3 with haste and trample. That's amazing, keeping them both. Baird, Argivian Recruiter, 2 mana 2/2. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power, if you control any creature, at least one creature, with a power greater than its base power, create soldiers. So this can create a bunch of soldiers very quickly, as long as you have at least one creature that has power greater than its base power. So as long as you've got a +1/+1, I think that's what it's trying to say, but there might be other nuances. As long as you've gotten... Now, another way to say this is augmented. That's the term they used in Kamigawa. An augmented creature... Oh, it's not the same. An augmented creature in Kamigawa was a creature with a +1 counter or an enchantment on it, or with an equipment. So it's not the same. So as long as you've got any creature that's stronger than it was when it started, you make soldiers automatically. Now, I do have the Juniper Order Rootweaver, one of them, which adds a +1. So there's the combo there. If I cast the Juniper Order Rootweaver +1 itself, that satisfies that, and then I make 1/1s all day long. Argivian Cavalier, 3 mana 2/2, enlist. When it enters, it automatically it's a 3 mana, and it's a 2/2, and it makes a 1/1. So you have the 1/1 that when you attack, you can enlist this. But no trample, no menace, no flying. Makes another creature. Charismatic Vanguard, 3 mana 3/2. Later pay 5 mana, give all your creatures +1. That's a lot, but it's good for the later game. We got a flyer here, 2/2 3 mana, flash and flying. Good. If you also pay 3 more, when this enters, if it was kicked, it deals X damage to any target where X is the number of attacking creatures. Oh, that's interesting. So you need to attack with 3 creatures, and then you pay 6 mana, and you flash in this 2/2. And then you deal 3 damage to a creature, planeswalker, or opponent. So that's a lot of moving pieces for it to really take off, although flash flying by itself is still good. So in the later game, this could be doing some amount of good damage for 6 mana, plus a flash flyer, or even 3 mana, you get a flash flyer. So that's good. Join forces, untap up to 2 of your creatures, they get +2. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of combat tricks. Right away my inclination is to just drop these 2, although +2 can maybe save your bacon, but it's 3 mana. It's just until end of turn. Yeah, I never really like combat tricks. I know that people do them very well, but it's not my gameplay style. I might put him back. Okay, Love Song of Night and Day. For us old school Magic players, back in the Mirage block, there were flavor texts that were showing a little bit of a poem at a time. Different cards in the set of Mirage had a little bit of this flavor text, which was the Love Song of Night and Day. So 30 years later, they've printed a card of that poem, Love Song of Night and Day. So now we have sagas. Here's a new twist on sagas. Read ahead. You can start on any chapter you want. If you pay normal saga, you pay the 3 mana, you go to chapter 1, do it, chapter 2, do it, chapter 3, do it, then it gets sacrificed. Read ahead, you can start on chapter 3 right away. You can start on chapter 2 right away. You can start where you want. This is going to be an interesting deck, looking to see. Yeah, me too. I just need to cut down 9 cards. So we're still looking. So what do we do here? You and target opponent each draw 2 cards. I don't know. I think that's never good to help your opponent. So probably would be skipping chapter 1 all the time. Unless they're about to get milled. Chapter 2, create 1 bird. Chapter 3, put a +1 on each of up to 2 creatures. Okay, so that triggers that +1 thing that we want for Baird. I don't know, it doesn't seem much better than that. I almost never would want to do that, number 1. Number 2 gives you a creature, and number 3 gives you a 2/2 flyer. I might put it back in, but that doesn't seem too useful. Got a flyer. When this enters, gain some life. Okay, so you get some flyer, you get some life. Let's just put 1 for the moment. Citizen's Arrest, removal, keep that. Flowstone Kavu, 3 mana, 2/3 with Menace. That's good. And then red, +1/-2. So you can do this twice. 2 reds will give you +2/-2. You have a 4/1 with Menace. So Menace will help close the game. I ended up getting 3 of these Keldon Strike teams. 3 mana for 3/1. But if you kick it for 2 more mana, 5 mana in total, when this enters, create 2 1/1s. As long as this entered this turn, creatures you control have haste. Oh, interesting. So if you pay 5 mana, you make this 3/1, and you make 2 1/1s, and those 1/1s also gain haste. Kavu are not too common? Probably. So it's by itself, it's a 3/1. By itself, it's a 3/1 with haste, but no menace or anything, and they can block it with a 1/1. I got 3 of them. Let's put 1. Maybe not even keep 1. We'll see. Deathbloom Gardener, 3 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. Add any color mana. That's how I can play all of these colors. Plus it's got Death Touch. So if I manage to augment it and such, people will be less inclined to block it. Plus it's a good defender. Do I want to? We'll see. Probably. The Weathersea Treaty. Okay, another read-ahead saga. Chapter 1. Search your library for a basic land. Put it onto the... Okay, so it's the usual 3 mana. Go get a land. 2 mana. Create 1 sapperling. 3 mana. Domain. Target creature you control gets +X and gains trample until end of turn, where X is the number of basic land types. So domain... I never explained domain. Domain counts the number of basic land types. There are 5, right? Plains, swamp, forests, islands, and mountains. So at the most, you can get 5 domain. I have a 3-color deck, so at the most I can get +3/+3. Give something +3/+3 and trample. So this fixes my mana. It makes me a creature, and then on chapter 3, it could get +2/+2 or +3/+3. So it could be a 4/4 or probably a 2/2 trample. Trample is useful to get the final points of damage. So probably keep that. Queen Ayenal of Radach. 3 mana, star, elf noble. Her power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control. So at the minimum, she's a 1/1. More creatures, more big. If one or more creature tokens would be created, those tokens plus a 1/1 soldier. Okay, so tokens make more tokens. So she's got proliferate-ish, not proliferate, anointed procession effect. So interesting. Coalition Sky Knight, 4 mana, 2/2, flying plus enlist. Okay, there we go. Enlist is going to be useful there. This other enlist creatures over here, they don't do the final bits of damage because they're on the ground. But with a flyer that can enlist, that's a good enlist. Griffin Protector, 4 mana, 2/3, flying whenever another creature enters, give this a +1. So seems good. Prayer of Binding, 4 mana, exile a thing, gain 2 life, keep it. Magnagoth Sentry, 4/4, 4 mana, reach, good. And then a big ol' 5/4, vigilance and trample. Oh, and then a big ol' 5/5 trample. That could be easier to cast if I've got another creature. That could work. If I cast my 4 mana Magnagoth, that'll subtract 4 from that, and then it's even faster to cast than trample. And then my lands. Alright, still at 45. If anything stands out to anyone for final cuts, let me know, but I think I'll keep that as removal, keep that with haste, keep that removal. There's that enlister, that just vigilance. There's that one that gives counter, which I want that counter for Baird. We'll see if we've got more counters abilities. There's an enlist payoff. There's a land card. There's that over-the-top iconoclast. You say drop the worm. The Elfheim Worm, Vigilance and Trample. Is that going to be versus the Monstrosity? That's a 5/5 Trample. That's a 5/4 Trample Vigilance, 5 mana. That has a cost reduction, assuming if I've only got like a 2/2 out, it's still 6 mana for a 5/5 Trample, where this is 5 mana. If I've got a 3/3 out, okay, then it's even better. If I got a 4/4 out, it's even better. So versus those two big ones, the way you're reading it will be a swarm with tokens. So it feels more token-based. It does feel more token-based. So yeah, let's drop that worm for the moment. And what about this monstrosity? Because that one's not going to have a very meaningful cost reduction with tokens, and I don't have a lot of big creatures to really reduce its cost. Although trample's always good. So maybe cut that one too. But let's see back here. So we've got the broken iconoclast. Am I being blind here that I could get so many tokens with Baird as long as at least something's got a +1 on it? I think I've got 2 ways to do +1s. So if there were more of those ways, this would be more of a lock. But let's see. So we got enlist, but that makes a creature to enlist with, but it just can just be blocked, and it'll just be a 3/2 enlist. It's just gonna have a toughness of 2 anyway. Maybe that enlist, yeah, that enlist is not as strong. The flyer enlist is good, but ground enlist I don't think is as good. Yes, we get a token, but there's other token creatures. That one pluses everything. Maybe keep that for the late game, maybe. There we got a flyer that can do fun stuff. Another flyer with life gain, removal. Got this Kavu with menace. That's good. Yeah, I think I'm going to remove this strike team then. 3/1 with haste, so very fragile, obviously. As long as this enters the battlefield this turn, all your creatures get haste. So if you kick it for 5, you make 2 more 2/1. You make 2 more 1/1s with haste. Now, if you have a million mana, maybe you also cast like this 3/2. That would get haste too. but I'm thinking that one's not as good as it could be. What's in your sideboard? Do you have something that plus X's? Let's take a quick look. Join forces, but it's not a permanent. It's an instant +2/+2, 3 mana, 2 creatures, untap 2 of your creatures. So there's the combat trick where they think my shields are down, and if I hold up 3 mana, I can untap my creatures when they attack and +2 them. So there's some plus X's, but they're not permanents. And that love song, there's the love song right there. I can pay 3 mana to jump straight into the put a +1 on something of up to 2 creatures. So there's a permanent +1. You can just jump straight to chapter 3 without having to wait. So there's that in the sideboard. Got another Cavalier. I can put another flyer in, just to have more air power. Maybe put that love song back in for the pluses. What about this? If we take out that monstrosity, put another flyer in, put in the love song, because that's a guaranteed +1 with 3 mana. Permanent +1. What else? In red, these are creatures. The might, that's a +1 until end of turn. That's until end of turn. There's a broken wings for the flyers. I'm down to 42 cards. If we remove that monstrosity, we're at 41. And we've already got the 2 of those. One of those Mesa Cavaliers. 2/1 and gain life. There's a token creature payoff there. Okay, flyer, removal, big ol' 4/4, reach. 3/2, give your squad +1 for 5 mana late in the game. Technically, at the end of the turn, that +1 goes away, but wouldn't that also be at the beginning of your end step if you control a creature with whatever? There's the cleanup step, because there's the end turn. At the beginning of your end step, do this. Then the cleanup step, remove that +1. So that would do something there. Your brain is telling you that if you build a green-red plus green bolster deck with this set, you'll have a nasty deck. So a green-red-green, is that what you meant? Or green-red-white bolster deck? Or green-red-green bolster? Meaning this, green 41 should be fine. Yeah, 41 cards. Do we want to possibly swap something out and get out that love song? Put 2 +1s. Put 1 +1 on 2 creatures. There's some more of that +1 stuff. Maybe remove this infusion. Yeah, it's a -2. I want it for the -2. I want that for the -2. That's removal. That's always a keep, isn't it? And I'm thinking probably take out this Vanguard after all then and put the love song back in, because even if I go to chapter, if I don't need it right away, I can go directly to chapter 2, make a flyer, another flyer, and then when we get to chapter 3, we put a +1 on that flyer plus another creature. So we've got that bolster happening. Yeah, let's do that. This is best of 3, so we can change things up, but I'm thinking of take out this, although it is a mana sink for later in the game. But yeah, let's not overthink it too much. Let's take out that one, put the +1 counter back in. We're at 41. And there we go. We got a green, white, red tokens bolster deck, plus mana fixing, plus death touch mana fixing, and flying, and tokens, and all that good stuff. So there we go. We're going to get perfect 7 wins with this. So let's give it a shot. Need some more liquid courage. Alright, watch out, opponent. Naya is coming at you. Start the day with the good stuff. And we play first. Alright, we got all the lands we need. We got the turn 2 Iconoclast. Alright, let's do this. We got the Scry turn 1. Okay. This is everything we need. And they had to mulligan. Yes. Alright, turn 1 Scry. No. Turn 2, I could bring out my 3-2 already. I could get greedy for turn 3. They have black. There's removal or bounce. There's our counter right there. So many possibilities. Yeah, let's get greedy. Let's shock and awe them. A 3-2 on turn 2 with trample. Let's get that into the play. Yep, no thing to worry about. Get that in there with Menace. Got 2 creatures to do Love Song next turn. Give them both a +1. Turn 3, finally, you've got a dragon. Okay. Yeah, let's do the Love Song. Directly to Chapter 3. Kavu +1. We don't even need to attack with our 4-3. Because that'll just trade. Yeah, let's make it stronger. So this is attack with an unblockable 4-3. Next turn I can give it +2. And then they're staying with the blocks. Okay. They can double block there and get rid of my Kavu. When this dies, look at the top 2 cards, put 1 into your hand. Okay, that's the flyer, that's the flash flyer. Oh, that's the one that can deal damage, but it needs 6 mana. Next turn I can get the 6 mana to do that. So I would need 1 more mana. If I had the 1 more mana, I would attack with 2. This would deal 2 damage to that 3-2, and that'd be amazing. But maybe just threat of activation. Yeah, let's just keep putting pressure. I'm gonna go all in here, and then if they block the Kavu, I'll pump it up. Yeah, let's do that. One more time, sure. Let's just read that properly. I'm not going to kill it, am I? No, it's just going to -1. Okay. And I've done that before. That's a 6-1. That's got trample as well. So, yep. Okay, they have that flyer, so Broken Wings in the sideboard. That's got Menace, so they need a creature. Uh-oh. And then their final removal, kill your own creature, kill my creature. Yes, of course. Plus draw a card. Good old Bone Splinters. And then not kicked. Okay. So here we go. Oh, here we go. Isn't that also haste? Gets +1 and haste. Okay, let's kick that. Let's keep that Craving Sky for the flash attack. Not a flash attack, but a flash jump in. Target player discards 2 cards. Ah, it's my 2 cards? Well, fine. Let's flash that in. Now I got 2 attackers, and they're done. Okay. And what did that also do there? Target player discards 2 if it was kicked. They didn't kick it, so no worries. Anyway, what do they have? They had 2 Bone Splinters. I guess they discarded one. They had one flyer. I don't know, I don't really see too many great things there. The only annoying thing is their flyer. Do we sideboard in Broken Wings? We definitely know they have at least one flyer. Might as well. Creature's a little bit stronger than a -2, maybe. Yeah, so that was pretty aggro. Let's see if we can keep that going. Plus that turn 1 Scryland. They go first. I got to turn 2 Iconoclast again. That'll trigger them. Turn 4 that, and then the turn 3 that. Okay. Let's see if we can get that double white. They mulliganed again. Got a 2/1. When it dies, give something -1. Alright, well, they got the sacrifice yourself for an effect. If I get a plains, I can get the queen out. Good old Rager. Got another one of those. Like there's the haste. That is a broken card. Tail swipe will do some nice removal. Staying on blocks. Okay. Choose a creature you control. If you cast this during your main phase, which I will, my creature gets +1. Then they fight. Alright, so I need to fight their Rager. I just noticed that was a +1 and haste until end of turn only. Okay. No big deal. I got my flying reacher creature here. That would actually be better to get that out and then tail swipe that, but let's do it this way. +1 here. Take out that Rager. Bring in this healer. 3/2 trample. Don't attack because then when that goblin dies, it'll do the -1 onto my ironclad. So we'll just build it up this way. Yes, I won the previous one. Keep happening, losing Wi-Fi. Yeah, no problem. I won the last one, so we're on game 2. We got a little aggro. Got a little aggro on their butts. So, okay, there's Broken Wings to get rid of their flyer. I think what we want is just to get aggro. That's got Death Touch. There's removal. I'll take that. I'd rather guess the white mana. Alright, so that trades there. Kill my healer. Get my removal. Hopefully they spend all their 4 mana on an amazing creature, and then here comes my removal. Oh, they're looking at the graveyard. Return something to your hand. Oops. Okay. Well, they're obviously going to They're obviously going to Death Touch their creature here. Do I want to spend 4 whole mana to remove a 1/1? when obviously bigger creatures come with more time. So, yeah, this has got trample, so let's attack with the 3-2. They're gonna plus. This is a nice game zone, isn't it? Alright, so that kills me. Yeah, you can pay it as many times as you want. Ugh, and then it gets the indestructibility of it all. Okay, so I hate to do this, but fine. But they 2-for-1 themselves, so okay. Didn't really want to do that, but we'll do that. And then I regret that, because there's... Oh, but anyway, it had ward, so I wouldn't have been able to grab it anyway. Ward 2, and I never got the extra white mana for that. Oh well. So hopefully we can get a couple more creatures. It is a big old 5/5, and now instants cost less. They won't attack, of course. They need blockers. It's pausing for priority. I can kick this. That's just more pressure there. Let's just build up a little bit more. Oh. There's a tap there. Tapped for 3 turns. So that's one of the new abilities in this set. That the... and now they got a big old 3/3 there. And there's a flyer there. Okay, so... Wasn't kicked. If it was kicked, you mill. Power and tough is equal to what's in your graveyard. Okay, fine. Let's just build more of a board state. Bone shards. Bone splinters. Land for me. I'm just keep missing that one more white mana. Well, finally there's that white mana to get this. I definitely have enough mana to kick this. What do I get if it kicks? Alright, this is game unless they have one more thing in their hand. This is gonna be a 3/3 with haste. They have 4 blockers. I'm about to have 5 attackers with the final 3 of damage if they don't have one more thing in their hand. So this is the final play right here. No pause for priority. Yep, 4 blockers, 5 attackers. Yeah, 4 blockers, 5 attackers. And now we're here. Well, there's Baird. The thing that could save me here is if I get that Pegasus that flies. If I get that Pegasus that flies, that will win the game, because I can flash, fly it in, kick it, and then I'm attacking with two things. Oh, there's that. Okay. Make a bird. Go directly to make a bird. Chapter 2, make a bird. Next chapter, give it flying. I mean, give it a plus. Okay, so now I got a flyer here. Alright. You have lots of cards. They're targeting the bird. Okay. Tapped out for 3 turns. Oh, this is the one that's going to make me... There we go, we got the counters on things. So this is going to make tokens at the end. This one's also got kicker, go get me a land, then draw cards. What do we need? Another one of these. Alright, so now we're going to start to make tokens from Baird. Oops, they're going to kill it. Never mind. Yay. Actually, let's sacrifice excess lands to replace it with another land. Get a little life, get a flyer. Next turn I got 2 flyers. They're looking at their graveyard. Mill yourself and then do what? Pay 5 to return to your hand. And then kill that flyer. Okay. But wait a minute. No, they're going to be able to return 1 more flyer. That's going to 1 more time to untap. Wow. Alright, so let's draw something good. Nope. Now they have 6 cards in total. They could mill themselves. And next turn we finally untap our bird. They're gonna get from the graveyard, however. I think they can get from the graveyard their... Yeah, they're gonna get... There it is. They're gonna return back to their hand that flyer. So now they got a flyer. And then they're done. Huh. Interesting. Why? Hey, wait a minute. No, I wanted to click the battlefield. Well, I wanted to see what was... I wanted to triage that a little bit. So they got their flyer back. Whose turn was it going to be? It was going to be their turn, and they got back a flyer. Or did they do it during their upkeep? And they tapped out. I thought they were about to resummon their... I don't know, maybe they got scared that they had 5 cards left in the library. So, okay, we got it. 1 win so far. Good, we got to pack in some gems. Let's keep going. Thank you, GG. So, yeah, let's see if we can keep this going. Mikaru is the opponent. Ooh, that's a horrible hand. All right, but they go first. If I get 1 more land, I can get a 3/2 on turn 2. The possibility of getting 1 land is very high. I'm on the draw. I just need 1 more land and I'm in business. Even if I get I'm in so much business if I get a mountain. one land, but it's low cost. The possibilities. I must get... I have 2 chances to get at least 1 land. Had fun hanging out, calling it a night. All right, thank you for stopping by. Be on the lookout on the... There's the land. Be on the lookout for the chat, for the, in the Discord about our next get-together. It'll and Gabe also. It'll probably then be on some day between, I think, Wednesday and Thursday, and Jack in the Box. So be on the lookout for that. There we go, we got a 3-2. Okay, so they have Enlist with Vigilance. So yeah, they probably paid for it on their upkeep, huh? And they tapped out, so then they couldn't actually cast it, and then I would untap with a bird. So they were gonna get killed with a 2/2 bird. And they would rather instead fall upon their Roman sword. Was it Roman sword or shield? We would rather do that than get pecked to death with a bird. I think this opponent might be on their phone, because this little pet, you get it if you played on your phone. So, that's why they might be slow. And then we're missing land drops. Okay, but we got 2 3/2s, and that must mean we're getting closer and closer to more lands. If we trade on that, that's fine. They have some cool... Ooh, look at that. That's cool. They have some cool art on that. What else does this do? Ward 2 plus enlist. Okay, that's annoying. How can a turtle enlist you to fight? Hexbane Tortoise. Fine, you will tap that. Now here's where we can trade. This is where I'm saying that it's not as good as it could be, because that's still going to be toughness of 3. I could block that. They have 3 cards in hand, all the open mana. They probably have the combat trick, but might as well to get it out of their hand. Oh, no combat trick. Okay, trade that. If I get a white mana, get a 3/2 with Scry. If that attacks and enlists that, it'll attack as a 6. And I'm missing more lands. Okay. Talk about the randomness of the algorithm that I started off with 1 land in my hand. I drew 1 on the draw, missed land drops for 3 turns. If I get 1 more mana, I can do the Weather Seed Treaty, go get a land. That does not have Enlist. That's the one with Enlist. They didn't have a combat trick before. Should probably block that. Yeah, I guess they have a combat trick. It's pausing for priority. They have a combat trick. Okay, finally, here's some mana. Now what do we finally do? Can bring in a flyer. Can create a bird. Can get a land. Yeah, let's do that. Maybe falling behind on lands. Pausing for priority. Yep, we'll start with chapter 1. Go get a land. Get that red mana. We are going to be getting a bunch of damage, but we'll hopefully stabilize. There you go, you got your flash 1/1 plus token. Still pausing. They might have gotten another one of these. Alright, so they're definitely doing a token strategy. Alright, there's some removal. I can't remove that tortoise. Let's just build up the defenses. Alright, I'm going to be able to give a creature +3, living the dream. I'm going to be able to give a creature +3 and trample until end of turn, I guess, but they got a lot of blockers. Maybe they won't read the trample part, so I'll put it on the sapperling. Alright, still doing that. Keeping all their mana up. Okay. Give that sapperling a plus. I don't have the 6 mana. I'm so far behind on mana. I don't have the 6 mana for that Strider. But here's where I can make a bird and then add pluses. Can exile something. Can make a 2/3 blocker, which gets stronger. At least I've got a lot of options. Gotta attack with this sapperling because it's just until end of turn. Let's see if they don't read trample, although it has a little icon, of course. They've been holding on to a bunch of mana. They have priority, so they have some combat check, but they'll let it through. Okay. Oh, there's that. Okay. Gonna grab the flyer probably, or you're gonna get scared of the 4/4. If you don't read it properly, hopefully they grab the 4/4, which is only temporary. Let's see if they don't pay attention. A 4/4 looks scary. Nope, they're gonna grab the... Okay, fine, because that has plus ability. Fine. So they definitely had the 2 mana flash creature, and they had the 4 mana. I don't have any way to destroy that enchantment. So they're attacking with that. Do we pause for priority? Still pausing for priority. So they still must have some combat trick, but we're getting down to single digits. That's 5 mana, so the cleave still can't do it. Alright, so if they attack... Yeah, we're in trouble. If they do an all-out attack, then obviously they're going to have probably that +2/+2. Oh, nope, they have the thrill. Okay. That's what I was worried about. I mean, that's what was holding up their destroy an artifact or creature with defender or duel, whatever. So instead they thrilled. Alright, here they go. Move to combat. Attacking with only one thing. Okay, we can block with that Sapperling. Stop the damage. Come with a defender, who cares? Pass with a bunch, okay. Put counters on my flyers or on the ground. No, we'll go with flyers. Land. The queen cares about... Okay, finally I've got the 6 mana, so the whole point of the 6 mana... I can attack with 2 in the air and then take out that flyer. Okay, let's see if all goes according to plan. Attack with these 2. And then flash kick that. 2 damage to that. Plus for another creature entering. There we go, got him on the back foot, hopefully. Should probably bring out that 2/1, which gives me life. Okay, they're gonna have a tap ability, full strike in, and then the final +2/+2. I think we've got to block this because 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. There exists that 3 mana give 2 creatures +2. So even if I block that. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's still dead. So let's see if they have it. Nope. They don't. Okay. So then 3, 4, 5 in the air. Okay. That's weird. But let's see if they're okay. Okay, that was a thing. Have no removal for that enchantment. These are just tokens and interesting things. Let's get another flyer in there. Maybe just the automatic flyers as always. And then don't need... Never got that flow stone. That would have been useful several times. I'm going to try it this way. Baird and remove that counter. Maybe the deck isn't +1 focused enough for Baird to really work. Take that little combo out. And all of that starting with a very shaky keep. Double red. Okay, so they must have some sort of direct damage or... Oh, that's Thrill of Possibility. Need some red mana here. Alright, if I get my red mana, I can do that goblin, very useful. If I get my green mana, I can do this treaty, that's useful too. I can bring out this Death Toucher for mana fixing. So if this is Thrill of Possibility and they took 10 minutes to figure it out... Of course. And then a missing land drops, but I got my own 3-2 here. This is when they're gonna have the combat trick. Nope, okay. At least we trade, they have a thrill, they paylaid their third land. Fourth land? Nope, they have another one. Amazing. Okay, there we go, got a land. Scry into doesn't really matter, I think, because I'm gonna treaty, so that doesn't matter. Treaty. Go get a red. I have a big old 3-2. If I have one more white, I can arrest that, but actually I can't because it's got ward 2. That's... Green is so overpowered nowadays, isn't it? You get a 3-2, or you get a 3-2 with ward, etc. Can I kick this goblin? Yes. Go get another land. Need double white to be safe. Play that land. Guess we'll get this griffin out. Get the griffin so that I can get to its flying things. So I guess I'll attack it with 6. 2, 3, 4. They never got to their 5th mana. Attacking with 1. If they enlist, I will block that. Okay, they're gonna enlist. Trample enlist. Okay, that's the one to be worried about. But let's just arrest it right away. Let's bring in a Death Toucher, although they could arrest mine. So this queen makes me want to build a deck, which is, you know, all of these token strategies. Yep, so they definitely have that thrill of possibility. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. There's the thrill. Well, pretty slow opponent. At least I haven't exactly seen a lot of big power plays or big amazing strategies. It's kind of just attack, attack. So that's good. There's been some big scary creatures, I guess, here and there, those turtles with that ward, but they weaken it with the only 2 toughness. So here we got a 2/2. You cast a spell, put a +1 on this, and when this dies, distribute your counters. Okay, so that's their power play there. Anyway, what can I do? I can have that blocker. Let's get a flyer. And that was a mistake. Yeah, I shouldn't have tapped out that gardener. I have to wait 10 years for this opponent. Okay, everyone, talk to me. I'm tired of talking to myself. What's going on? Anything you want to talk about while we wait for the opponent to do their thing? We didn't get anything cool like the Phyrexian Devastator. We can look up how many Phyrexians came out in this set. But at the moment we didn't get any. Alright, so the strategy here is I've got all of these flyers. So that's going to win me the game unless they have broken wings or something. And then they're finally tapping everything. Okay, yeah, they're dead. They don't have enough power to take me out, so they're dead. But let me read what you all were saying here. Karen and you were playing a wild game of life. Oh, the Mario life. She's a millionaire, and you're not there yet. Chat lags a bit. That's okay. All right, so if they attack with everything, even if they attack with everything, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 14, and I'm at 19. And then if that 6 dies, it gets the +1s everywhere. So I can just take full damage here. It's not even going to kill me. And then a scry, and what is happening there? When this attacks, all other attackers... okay, never mind. So, yeah, I guess I'm dead there. So everything gets a +1. And then untap. So, okay. Let's tap the... Let's do some blocks here. So, take out that amazing creature there. Take out that creature. That creature, and then we live. I should still block just to be safe. Sacrifice a land. Draw a cool card. Passes back to me, and... attack in the air. Enlist with that creature. Oops, that was a miscalculation. That would have been game over if I had creature. That 7/7 was a 7/7 when it Alright, let's try to do the third match against a very slow player. So if we go into type Phyrexian in the set, Dominaria United, in total we have 20 Phyrexians, and I got my 3/2 fast. Got their own 3/2. He's hanging out by the window, looking outside, frisky as ever. Oops, they kept 2 on the top, so that's that. There's that minus. So yeah, he's pretty cute. That's not what I wanted, but that's kind of okay. Yeah, it's funny, I was taking a nap earlier today, and I was taking a nap in a different way than usual, so of course he had to come to check me out to see if everything was okay. And after he checked that everything was okay, he then also laid down and took a nap near me. So it's funny, I was telling my friend that the I was telling my friend that it's funny that he alternates between being a very energetic, frisky cat that doesn't know his own strength to a very gentle cat. Alright, so there's 20 Phyrexians creatures in all the colors, because there's many also that are like tainted. Phyrexian Rager uses the newer art, the vintage art. Well, that's the oldest art, maybe. But we have this art here that is more realistic, but that's the classic art there. And we'll look at a variety of these other... We have a Phyrexian horse. Brand new Shieldred. So if we organize these in colors, Benelish Sleeper, Defiler of Faith, Phyrexian Missionary, only one blue Phyrexian. Most are in black, of course. Only one red, one green, 3 in white. And then we've got blue, black, and black, white in multicolored. So what's going on here? So we got the 5/5 trample. That will do a tap. So, alright, well, I don't think we're gonna get through this game. Okay, so the Airtie Resurrected, Phyrexian Human Wizard, Four Arms, Vohar, Vodalian Desecrator, Eren, Benalia's Ruin, and Elias Ilkor, Sadistic Pilgrim. Those are the 4 legendaries, and 3 of them are uncommon, and 1 is a rare. There's a whole range of these Defiler creatures that give you that extra Phyrexian ability. Not sure if they were fully wiped out, but then the people always return. No one is ever quite truly done for. Well, I got the combo going on here finally. The Queen plus Baird just gives me a lot of great abilities here. So that's the magical Christmas land of this deck if I have out Queen Inella and if I've also got Baird, because that makes more tokens, and then Baird makes tokens and she then makes more tokens, and as long as something has a way to start trigger that, then that definitely that's a combo. How did that Keldon Strike team get back in my deck? I thought I removed it. Well, that opponent definitely is creating the... That opponent is definitely creating the Walls deck. Alright, so I've got the self-replicating... I've got the self-replicating... tokens on the ground. I can get my green mana. If I can get my green mana, I can get that reach creature out. But then they have the wall that can tap my blocker. I have no idea why this still wants me to choose a kicker cost if there's no way to pay kicker. See that? Then on their turn they will tap. Those are actually more... Those Icy Manipulator effects are actually way stronger than you would think, and then now that's dead. Okay, so then the whole combo's dead. If I don't get a green mana, I need to concede, because they have too much... They have all those flyers, they have all of those things. Yeah, never mind. Let's go. Can't believe that this Walls deck can actually do stuff. Can't believe that a Icy Manipulator effect is that effective. Plus, I was also missing a bunch of mana drops. So maybe we can actually get lands we can actually play. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so this game mode has 3 matches in total of best of 3. So we're at the end here. Let's check out our prizes. So 2 out of 3 wins in total, pretty good. That's 1,000 gems in 3 packs. Plus all of those cards from the draft, so I get to keep all of those cards too. It's not a phantom draft. And those were the brand new cards of this brand new set. So there's a lot of kicker in this brand new set. Pay extra mana to get more abilities. There's the new... There's actually also not multi-kicker, double kicker. Some of these cards, let's say they're white with a kicker of green and a kicker of red. You could kick both of those colors. Not exactly multi-kicker, but you can kick red and green, and each of those effects give you more things. So mini multi-kicker. That's in this set. We also have the enlist mechanic. Where's enlist? So enlist, we saw enlist is that you attack with a creature, you tap another creature to give its power. The big drawback is that since it's a brand new mechanic, they started off pretty weak in terms of you cannot enlist a creature with summoning sickness. Obviously, the best strategy would be that, yes, I just summoned my 7/7 with summoning sickness, so I will enlist it right away to attack with my other creature. Nope, you have to wait for that to not have summon sickness. But then you think, well, why don't I just attack with that 7/7? Well, maybe it's a 7/7 vanilla, whereas your other enlist creature has flying, so you pass on the power to the flyer. I think enlist, though, is overall the weaker mechanic. They started it off weak, and that's what Magic usually does. They start off with a brand new thing weak, and then they build upon to it in several years. Sagas, we've seen sagas before. There were the mono-colored sagas. Then there was the 4 chapters in a saga. So there were 3 chapters mono-colored in Dominaria. Then there were 4 chapter sagas in Theros Beyond Death. Then there were multicolored sagas in Kaldheim. And now the new iteration of sagas is Oh, and then there was also in Kamigawa sagas that when they get to the third chapter, they flip over to some creature. And the newest iterations of sagas are read ahead. You can start on chapter 1 or jump to 2 automatically or directly to 3 as needed. What else do we have on the new set? Oh, Phyrexian mana. I didn't get any Phyrexian stuff, but there's some Phyrexian mana here and there. They've definitely depowered Phyrexian mana. We can see it over here because what are the things we can count on as a mistake? Slivers, Phyrexian mana, Delve. And so here's an example. We saw one in the draft, I think, but here's an example. There's one of each color, Defiler of whatever. As an additional cost to cast any black permanent, so this Phyrexian mana does not apply to instants and sorceries like Gitaxian Probe. As an additional cost to cast a black permanent, you may pay 2. Those spells cost 1 black less. This effect reduces only the number of black mana that you pay. Plus, you also get the payback of if you cast a black permanent this way. No, wait, whenever you cast any black permanent, yeah, if you cast any black permanent, then you get a +1. So, Phyrexian mana now has been depowered. Still very good, of course, paying life instead of mana. You have that, although there's no instance with Phyrexian mana. And this is not exactly Phyrexian mana, it's sort of like a cost replacement, sort of. You pay the 2 life instead of paying 1 black mana, but it has to be a permanent. And there's one in every one of the colors. Defiler of Vigor, Defiler of Instinct, and then you get a little extra bonus in those colors. So those are the big ideas of this new set. Just out of curiosity, what are the most valuable cards in this set? Liliana of the Veil has been reprinted. $40 already. 3 mana. Now this is obviously a Planeswalker that you have to build a good deck. A good deck that really synergizes because +1, each player discards a card. -2, target player sacrifices a creature. -6, separate all permanents target player controls into 2 piles. That player sacrifices all permanents in the pile of their choice. So, it could be pretty powerful. Brand new Shieldred the Apocalypse, 4 mana, 4/5 Death Touch. Whenever you draw a card, gain 2 life. Whenever an opponent draws a card, they lose 2 life. So that combos perfectly with that one Peer into the Abyss, where opponent draws half their library. So that's an instant kill. That's the same thing as having that's redundancy in having Underworld Dreams. So built-in Underworld Dreams on Shieldred. 2 damage, however. You're not a fan of sagas, however, with the read ahead. Oh, really? Those seem pretty popular to people. It was like a modal spell that works on its own. And now with read ahead, you can jump. So this is sort of a modal spell with 3 possibilities. And then, depending on which chapter you jump to, then they play the second and third. Or if you jump directly to the third, then it kills itself. Okay, so there's a brand new Lotus. We've had Black Lotuses and Gilded Lotuses and Lotus Petals. Here's the newest Lotus, Timeless Lotus. Pay 5 mana, tap it to give you all 5 colors. So, Gilded Lotus, pay 5 mana to give you an artifact that tap gives you 3 mana of any one color. Timeless Lotus, pay 5 mana, give you a Lotus that gives you 5 of every color. However, it enters the battlefield tapped. So after that little downside, then you have every color. A brand new Sarah Angel, Sarah Paragon, 4 mana Angel, flying, 3/4. Once during each of your turns, you may play a land from your graveyard or cast a permanent of 3 or less from your graveyard. If you do, it gains. When this permanent is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, exile it, you gain 2 life. Okay, so you can replay a that's flashback, I guess, flashback effect-ish, but for small spells. You were just thinking of that, yes. Okay, we got a brand new Silex. So we had previous Silexes that destroyed stuff. Here's a brand new one. 3 mana legendary. This enters tapped. Players cannot pay life to cast spells or to activate abilities that are not mana abilities. So this shuts down Phyrexian mana. So a brand new artifact that shuts down Phyrexian mana. And then X, tap, exile. This destroy each non-land permanent with mana value of X or less, and only as a sorcery. So it's a Nevinral's Disc with X, and shuts down Phyrexian mana. We got a brand new Leyline. Oh no, it's a Leyline Binding. 6 mana enchantment, flash, domain. The spell costs 1 less to cast. Okay, so if you have one of every color, one of every land, this can cost you 1 mana. If you're not playing that many, you're probably paying 2 colors. Okay, then it's only 4 mana. When this enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this leaves. It's a brand new O-ring effect, but really bad because regular Oblivion Ring. How much does regular old Oblivion Ring cost? Three mana. Alright, so it's this exile type of effect that we've seen many times. But this could cost as little as 1 mana if you have 5 basic land types. It's basic land types, so it doesn't count with your shock lands. And it's got flash, so no one expects a 1 mana O-ring if you've got 5 mana. 5 lands. Silverback Elder, 5 mana, Ape Shaman, 5/7. Whenever you cast a creature, choose one. Destroy an artifact or enchantment, so it's bringing back the classic. What were those Ice Age apes called that they could destroy moxes and stuff? Something shaman. They were red, and 1 double X tap. What were they called? We'll find them in a moment. So they have that effect. Or look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a land card directly to the battlefield, the rest at the bottom, or you gain 4 life. So if you need life or destroy a thing, and this happens over and over and over, and it's not a legendary, whenever you cast a creature spell. So every time you cast creatures, you do this. But I want to remember, what is that ape in Ice Age? So type ape in the block Ice Age. There we go, Gorilla Shaman. Didn't they have a nickname like the Mox Apes or something like that because they destroyed Mox? Here's the one with multiple art. This is the one that I remember. I love the art on this one. This is very good as well, but I love this one where it's the tiny baby ape looking at the markings of the parent ape, and then classic cave paintings in the back, trying to fell those pale bears. One comrade is down, but then the others keep attacking. Each generation teaches the next that artifice is the enemy of natural order. And that's Kaisa, Elder Druid of the Juniper Order. Of course, we got a cool Kaisa card at one point. Amazing Rebecca Gay art. Green creature gets +1. All green creatures, including itself and your opponents. Vesuvan Duplimancy, so a new clone effect. 4 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only a single artifact or creature you control. Create a token that's a copy of that artifact or creature, except it's not legendary. Whenever you cast a spell that targets only your creature or your artifact. Alright, so you give your creature jump, and then you make a copy of that creature. So you can make copies. You can make copies also of your legendaries. 4 whole mana, however. Enchantment. Mythic. Plaza of Heroes. This looks like a callback to something. Plaza. There's another plaza that makes me think of something. I think I'm thinking of Plaza of Harmony, maybe, or another. That statue looks familiar. Plaza of Heroes. Tap it. Colorless. Tap it. Add 1 mana of any color, but spend this mana for legendaries. Tap it. Add 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. 3 and tap. Target legendary, gains hexproof and indestructible. So it's definitely legendary focused. Got a Shivan Devastator, Jaya, a new Wind Grace, a Johnny completed, Joda. I see so many people play Joda over and over and over on Arena. People love this card. Yeah, it can get out of hand, definitely. Legendary creatures you control get plus X, where X is the number of legendaries. So it does it to itself. It's a 6/6. Now it's every single color, but you get a 6/6. Whenever you cast a legendary spell from your hand, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a legendary non-land with lesser mana. So it's Cascade for legendaries, because you get it for free. So Cascade for legendaries, and I've seen people very well with it amass a big board of legendary tribal. It's a bunch of mana, which is not really that hard to get nowadays with so much mana fixing. But definitely it's kill on sight, and as soon as you do, the opponent rage quits because their whole strategy is based on that. If you let it untap to the next turn, you're in trouble. Same thing with like slivers. But I see people play this so much on Arena. They love it. What else? The Weather Light is back. The Weather Light has also been completed. So, we got the Weather Light. We got Skyship Weather Light way back in Planar Chaos. Legendary Artifact. Whenever this comes into play, search your library for any number of artifacts or creatures, remove them from the game, then shuffle. So I guess deck thinning. For tap, choose a card at random that was removed from the game. Oh, okay, put it, so then it brings it back. Then we got the Weather Light in Dominaria, the first one, and that was a 4 mana, 4/5, crew 3 with flying. Whenever it deals combat damage, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a historic card, put it into your hand. The brand new Weather Light is all Phyrexianified. It's a vehicle with no crew cost. It's a 2 mana 5/5 vehicle with no crew cost, flying. As long as this has 4 or more Phyresis counters on it, it's a creature. So you bring it to life with Phyresis counters, not with crewing. Okay, whenever a creature you control dies, put a Phyresis counter on this. Then draw a card if it has 7 or more. If it doesn't, scry. So as your creatures are dying, you're bringing it to life. And as your creatures are dying, you're scrying. And then eventually, when you've had enough dead creatures, they crew it as dead creatures. And then you got a 5/5 corpse ship. We got a brand new Lurgoyf. An Urborg Lurgoyf. So we had the classic Lurgoy from way back in the days of Ice Age. Pete Venters. Okay, and then reprinted later with new Pete Venters art. So the original Lurgoyf, I guess I might have noticed before, but now I really noticed. There's a freaking dead skeleton skull inside of its mouth right there. I never really noticed that. The screaming skull in its mouth. Obviously, I'd seen this card for years, but I never really noticed that. So it's a star, 1+ star, equal to the number of creature cards in all graveyards. So it gets bigger with dead things. And the new Lurgoyf, Urborg Lurgoyf, it's also a star plus 1 star. This Lurgoyf's power is equal to the number of creature cards in only your graveyard. So they've depowered it that way. So it's got to be your own dead things. Now we have Kicker and or in black and blue. If this was kicked, mill for each mill 3 for each kick. So you can possibly make your Lurgoyf bigger here if you pay 4 in total to mill yourself and the like. So those are a bunch of new cards in the new set with new mechanics and so forth. I'm going to wind things down. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. Actually, my counter says 10 more minutes until 4 hours. So obviously our OCD tells us let's play then for exactly 4 hours. I'm at 3 hours and 50 minutes. So let's play to get to exactly 4 hours. Four hours of magic should be good enough for anyone, right? So on our final 10 minutes here. Raga Draga. Gorgeous. Core Guts Boss. What does this do again? Okay, it makes mana dorks into +2s/+2s. Turn 1 Llanowar. Close enough. That one doesn't have a mana ability actually, but it does have ramp. Yeah, none of those have mana abilities, so are you sure you know what you're doing? As favored enters the battlefield, note the most prevalent creature type in an opponent's library. Okay, so one of these alchemy cards. So I guess they noted that I have a bunch of serpents or something. I don't even know what the most prevalent is anyway. So that's one of those alchemy cards that cannot exist in real life. As this enters the battlefield, note the most prevalent creature type in their library. So a person would have to look through your whole library and make a note of all of your creature types. And look through your whole library. So this does it digitally for you. Actually, I guess Raga Draga does give these a pluses. Each creature you control with a mana ability gets +2. That's not a mana. Tap an untapped creature, add 1 mana. Oh, okay, yeah, they do have mana abilities. Okay, fine. 2, 3 on that. And then we'll weaken those. Now what is, so note it and then what? Whenever a creature an opponent controls of that type dies, put a +1 on a target creature you control. Oh, interesting. Alright, well I got a bunch of big old serpents, they're all pretty big, so good luck with that. Okay. Ah, man, Toski, okay.
we'll make this look easy. Smoke and mirrors.
Oh, I see. No, it saw that the most prevalent type is Kraken. It noted it for me, for them. So when my Krakens die, when my 8/8 Krakens die, then you can put +1s on your creatures. Ooh, that was a good one.
Decisions.
And that was pretty fun there. Bounce back their lord, weakening their creature. And I block with a creature to kill their creature. No trades. Keep my planeswalker. I got a big old 7/6 serpent. Unblockable, actually. Yep, got a whole bunch of mana dorks. I just need to draw good cards.
Must think faster. Oh, look at that. It's so sad to watch you fight yourself. I'm up for a challenge. Just because it isn't real doesn't mean it won't kill you.
Alright, so just setting up a bunch of blockers here. And they've been wanting to target my planeswalkers, so that's a good distraction. They have enough mana just out of their lands to resummon their lord. And they have all of those that will be able to attack, won't be able to block them very well. If they all attack the commander, I guess I can double block just to kind of clear the board a bit. It'd be better for them to attack me directly, draw some cards. Caretaker, that's a good one. Alright, they're gonna keep pumping up their Toski, that's annoying. Eventually it'll overpower my serpent. And there's one of those. Okay, that has complete hexproof, so I have to... to block it. Let's try to draw a card off of this unblockable Kraken. Hopefully time warp. Give me a time warp. Alright, that Kraken is good. A new token deck, maybe I'll probably forget. But we could give that a try, definitely. Alright, so I think we're in a good shape here because now I'm going to start to draw cards, make more Kraken tokens. Haven't seen them use any removal yet. But Raga Draga is all about just making... Oh man, what does that do? Seems bad. 4 damage to any target. Ah, okay, fine. Finally, your freaking favorite enemy does its thing. I doubt you'll attack with that. Put your counters on something. That's really annoying. Well, at least it was rare. When this enters, it deals 4 damage to any target. Damage isn't removed from creatures your opponents control. Okay, so now here's another one of these freaking alchemy cards that damage does not get removed. At least they tapped themselves out. So come on, give me that one and another freaking land. You're kidding me. Okay.
There is always an answer.
Alright, that's good. We're so lucky they had that Uthgard Fury, because my Kraken was just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. Oh man. Oh, actually, that's great. That is great. That was great. Okay, so let's set ourselves up for card draw eventually. Blockers.
Deception is key.
Alright, that's what I want to see. They have mana. They can respond by tapping their mana, but that doesn't do anything. And then I'll play my land right here, and then I'll be able to put a bunch of counters. They have a completely clear board. 6, 7, 7 damage on my end. Dragon. That's worthless, right? Because is that a dragon? That's a human boar. Add 1 mana. Okay, so it does give an extra mana. Okay, that tapped them out for a whole turn. And then pump that up. Disappear. Make something disappear. Well, opponent, GG. They have 1 blocker, I've got 3 attackers, so this is completely done, and then no more attackers there. And then, yep, this is completely game over, and then for no reason, pump up my clock. Alright, well that gets us to 4 hours and 4 minutes, actually, on the counter. So that's a good way to stop right there. So the Jace's seafood salad deck does it again with a variety of mental mind obfuscation and serpents and illusions and no, it's not the ninjutsu deck. And it's just, oops, pressed the wrong button. But that's I can pull it up over here. It's the mono blue Jace's deck with spirits and krakens and illusions and card draws and no counter spells, but a bunch of bounce spells and take turns spells and steal your stuff spells. So none of my take turns spells came out, none of my steal your stuff spells came out, but just enough bounce spells came out to really slow them down. And then Jace was able to make illusions, and then I got a big old scary serpent, and that's what that deck does, just stuff of the sea. Gabe, this deck that I just played right here is a version of the deck that I played that day at the game store. That Jace never came out, but you saw those bounce spells that I was using here, plus the ones in real life. So that deck that I'm playing in real life is basically this deck, with missing a couple of things because all the cards on Arena are free, but in real life some of them cost some amount of money, which I don't have those cards, so that's an extent there of a of more of that deck. But in the meantime, actually, that makes me think over here. Did we confirm any gameplay time? Let's see, did people confirm? Geo is saying Wednesday through Sunday. Stevie is saying any of those times. I'm saying also Wednesday through Friday after 1:30. Michael is saying something about his phone in the gym, but then different days might be down. If it's different days, we said Wednesday through Friday, so what more days do you need? He's always, his answers are always, you need to ask him twice, and so forth. So let me put, and then Gabe has not replied. What a surprise. So let me put in here, to kind of nail, well, tell me right now, Gabe, there in the chat, if you're available, which of those days, Wednesday through Friday at Jack in the Box, for me to nail down the day more, so that more people can confirm that. So what are you thinking? So after 1:30 or so, this coming Wednesday through Thursday, any possible, you're open. Okay, well then let's nail it down to say this Wednesday. All right, so let's shoot for that Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. ish at Jack. So I will mark the people that seem to be pretty usually available. Catherine hasn't been able to make it recently. I think she says she works most of the days. She's not available until like 5 p.m. or something, 6 p.m. and stuff, which I would be able to do, but she hasn't been answering recently. She's probably pretty busy. And then other people like Crow never answers. Ed Vibe says some of these days he's available, but he hasn't been recently. Paul is never available anymore. Neither is Chris. I haven't played with Alexis in a while. All right, so we'll send that out to those interested parties, and then I'll send another one later about all Magic players, just to see if it wakes up anyone else. But okay, so there we go. We've got a plan of. There we go. We've got a plan of Wednesday, 1:30 p.m. or so at the Jack in the Box. We can play some games. Have a hamburger or two this Wednesday. Getting someone's typing in the chat there. Gonna head out. All right, so thanks for stopping by, Mark and Gabe and Steve left a little while ago, but thanks everyone for coming to stop by and so yeah, thanks everyone for coming to stop by. We'll do it again next time. I have a couple more tokens for some draft, so we'll probably do draft again, maybe crack a pack and the like. So thanks everyone for coming to another stream.